I think on the other side. Pull this and
Yeah, my big leg needs a little more room.
I mean, I think somebody's got to. That's gonna be all. Sorry. You'll figure it out. If you want to know something, text me 3 days later. Then you might get around to it.
Oh, you know what?
He's gonna talk.
For the context, my eyes oh yeah.
I got my glasses 6 months ago and I still can't adjust the bifocals.
I'm still wearing contacts. I refuse to give up.
Oh, you know. Asked me if they would put the cot in.
How are you? Part of me don't want to admit that or glasses either.
I said, no, but no cot, but you're building an office. I can have your bed, something.
I can't get it to here.
It's 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Very nicely done.
I'm staying in Lindsay. Last time I drove home, got home about 12:15. I was like, I'm done. It's been a long day. My kids just started back to school yesterday.
Oh, wow.
First days of just chaos.
What school did it
The bus system is stretched thin. They are having real problems. Yeah.
All right, I'm okay if we can't get it. I got my agenda, so I'm okay.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, okay. Not
Yeah, they actually are.
Yeah, I don't think they are. They're doing like,
Look, it's 5 o'clock.
All right, good evening. I'd like to convene this September regular meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Ms. Johnson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Mrs. Kirby,
Here.
Ms. Hairston,
Here.
Dr. Hicks,
Here.
Mr. Hill,
Here.
Mr. Leamy, Dr. Mealy.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That's the quorum to conduct business. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Mealy, yes.
yes, I would like to make a motion to increase the public comment time
Okay,
this evening to 50 minutes.
okay. So,
50.
okay. So,
Well, I have a motion of my own, I would like to say.
okay. So, since Dr. Mealy has a motion on the floor, do we have a second? And if that fails, then we will hear another
Second.
motion. Second? Okay. Any discussion on that? None, I will call for a vote. Mr. Anderson, would that be correct, voting on one motion at a time?
Well, if
or
Mr. Leamy has a friendly amendment,
friendly amendment?
she
Okay.
accepts it, then she can amend hers.
Okay,
My amendment is that we allow, I think we've got 21 folks that have signed up. We allow the 21 folks that have signed up to speak, not limited to 50 minutes.
okay.
No, I don't agree to that for my motion. My motion stands.
Motion stands. Okay.
Then you have to vote on her motion.
Your motion, and then it fails. Okay. All right, so any discussion? I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of Dr. Mealy's motion to extend public comment time to 50 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed?
No.
All right, Ms. Johnson, please poll the board.
Ms. Hairston,
Yes.
Dr. Hicks,
Yes.
Mr. Hill,
No.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby,
No.
Mr. Leamy,
No.
Dr. Mealy.
Yes.
You guys have it with 4.
So with that, would we still need to,
Well, Mr. Leamy can still make a motion if you'd like.
I move that we allow everyone who is signed up, who is on that list sitting on the podium right now, the opportunity to speak during public comment.
Yes.
Motion to, for Mr. Leamy to allow everyone signed up to speak. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Hill, motion by Mr. Leamy, second by Mr. Hill. Any discussion on that?
Can, the people that are signed up to speak, they're individuals, correct? Are there any groups? Two groups? So we're looking at roughly 20 more minutes?
If we got
At
21
most?
people, 3 minutes,
63.
63 plus 4 more minutes, 67, a little over an hour.
So yeah, so we're just
You
looking at
guys got it any place better
17 more
today?
minutes over the current motion. Okay. So just for 17 more minutes is all we're asking. Okay.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, in that case, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Hairston,
No.
Dr. Hicks,
No.
Mr. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
No.
Mrs. Kirby,
Yes.
Mr. Leamy,
Yes.
Dr. Mealy. No. The noes have it with 4.
We have a motion then to approve the amended agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the amended agenda.
Okay. Second on that?
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Mealy, we have a second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Hairston,
Yes.
Dr. Hicks,
Yes.
Mr. Hill,
No.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby,
No.
Mr. Leamy,
No.
Dr. Mealy.
Yes.
The ayes have it with 4.
Great. All right, so the amended agenda is approved. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees.
Okay. Great, so we have a motion by Ms. Kirby to go into closed session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hill. Discussion? Not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board will now go into closed session.
I mean, honestly, ain't that what we're gonna hear what y'all gotta say?
Read that.
I'm just gonna say that she's on first. Oh, sure, Steve opens up.
Great, do we have a motion to come out of closed session? So moved. We have a motion by Mr. Hill, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Kirby, who's first. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Board is now out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, would you please certify the closed meeting?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All right, item 3.01, curriculum update for 21-22. Dr. Woodford, Dr. Trosper, and supervisors.
Good evening. Tonight, members of the instruction team will be presenting updates from the core content curriculum. As you know from the school board office restructuring, all of us here are new to our individual roles, and one individual is new to Bedford County. Tonight, I want to introduce you to the 4 content supervisors who make up the instructional team. Present tonight, Audrey Bowyer, Supervisor of Mathematics, Crystal DeLong, Supervisor of Social Studies, Fine Arts, and World Languages, Allison Kapler, Supervisor of Science and Computer Science, and Diane Eisenhower, Supervisor of Literacy and Title I. Other members of the team who are not present this evening, Kathy Brizantine, Lead Teacher for Offsite Learning, and Cindy Perdue, the Kindergarten Readiness Facilitator. Our primary focus on the instruction team is on fulfilling the mission of Bedford County Public Schools, which is empowering learners for future success. The team is doing this by supporting schools in addressing unfinished learning from previous 2 school years and implementing knowledge, skills, attributes, and experiences identified by employers, higher education, and the State Board of Education as critical for future success. The profile of a Virginia graduate includes competencies in critical thinking, creative thinking, communication, collaboration, and citizenship. By the time our students graduate, we want them to be proficient in these skills. Additionally, we want them to achieve and apply appropriate academic technical knowledge, attain and demonstrate productive workplace skills, qualities, and behaviors, align knowledge, skills, and personal interests with career opportunities, build connections and value for interactions with diverse communities. So as you can see, we have a challenging task. The purpose of tonight's presentation is so the instruction team can share more about the work they have done and will continue to do to support schools. So as you already know, the SOL scores from the 2020-21 school year were released in August. While the previous school year was challenging in many ways, we are very proud of the work done by our teachers, students, and other staff of Bedford County. As an instructional team, we have reviewed the scores and we have already begun the work of addressing areas of need across the division. But there are a few things to keep in mind when we look at these scores. First, because accreditation was waived for the previous school year, SOL test data will serve as a tool to set baseline for recovery and measure growth. SOL test results will help make sure that we know where students are in their learning right now, so we can design plans to help them recover from the pandemic. It's also important not to use this year's data to compare to previous school years. Just as each student's path through the pandemic was different with virtual, hybrid, and in-person learning, The amount of extra support that each child is going to need will depend on each student's unique characteristics and is not a one-size-fits-all solution. The goal for our schools is to provide each child a plan to help them grow and recover from unfinished learning. SOL results are one of the many data points that teachers and school leaders will use to support students' academic needs this year. The intent of the SOL results is for schools to know how students perform so they can design a plan to help get students back to where they need to be. So again, this year's SOL scores are primarily diagnostic, and they are not a tool to rate schools against others or to compare to previous years. And they are also not to be used for evaluation purposes of administrators and teachers. They were given this spring primarily because they're mandated by federal law, and whereas the federal government gave states some flexibility, they did not eliminate the requirement that we do annual testing in schools. So finally, while accreditation was waived for the previous 2 school years, school accreditation will resume during the 2022-23 school year. So these ratings will be based on scores from this school year, the 2021-22 school year. Before the supervisors share, I want to call your attention to the Bedford County Instruction page. As we have worked on pacing guides and curriculum resources, we have linked them to each content-specific page, giving ease of access to our staff and to our families. For teachers, we have created content-specific Canvas courses. These courses provide teachers of those content areas with links to content-specific documents, important information, and other resources. We plan to continue to provide more resources as well as content-specific announcements to teachers through this platform as well. So first, I would like to introduce Dr. Eisenhower.
Thank you, Dr. Trosberg. Good evening, everyone. The K-12 reading and English pacing guides have been collaboratively updated to reflect standard alignment and applicable revisions. Here's an example of our 5th grade English language arts pacing guide. These pacing guides were formatted to include each strand in every 9 weeks to follow the VDOE's recommendation of comprehensive literacy instruction and seamless integration of English concepts, skills, and content. Feedback forms have been provided to teachers to allow for input and suggestions as we continue to add resources, make revisions, and collaborate with the goal of developing pacing guides that are useful tools for daily instruction. To support this new approach to literacy instruction, the DOE has provided instructional plans and webinars that are organized by primary SOL, but integrate at least 2 or more English standards in each plan. These resources provide teachers with a framework for the creation of lessons that promote thematic units, the spiraling of essential skills, and a focus on background knowledge. The VDOE resources also provide a balance between both relevance and rigor. Relevant instruction allows for student choice, includes topics of student interest, books students love, practice with foundational skills, adequate time and text, and opportunities for performance-based learning. Rigorous instruction includes complex and grade-level text, distinguished writing, intentional text selection, the 5 C's, and the standards of learning. Both relevance and rigor are critical to student progress and achievement. In addition to the literacy plans and webinars, English SOL conferences were held virtually this year with 2 days dedicated to each grade span. These conferences emphasize the science of reading, cross-curricular and authentic literacy instruction, and the importance of acceleration versus remediation for unfinished learning. For teachers who were not able to attend the live sessions, recorded sessions have been made available. 2 of our very own teachers from Liberty High School presented during the high school conferences. Matt Usselton and Nakia Smith presented all in a day's work, finding language arts connections in real-world tasks. It was great to have our district so well represented by these English teachers. As a division, we have created an assessment schedule for both reading and math to ensure common data points are available for data discussions and planning. We will be implementing quarterly data meetings with administrators and instructional leaders from each school to discuss results, make adjustments in instruction, and provide professional development based on the data patterns and trends. Reading specialists will participate in monthly meetings to focus on PALS data analysis and daily literacy instruction in elementary schools. As a county, we are offering some upcoming professional development for teachers to support literacy instruction. In September, all teachers will participate in Houghton Mifflin Harcourt HMH training. HMH is the K-12 online literacy program that provides assessment, reading, and writing tools. An example of the HMH kindergarten modules is shown here. HMH literacy programs utilize different instructional approaches for different age levels to ensure every student succeeds. The HMH progression begins with building strong foundation in grades K through 2, developing confident readers and writers in grades 3 through 5, and meeting higher standards in grades 6 through 8, and preparing for lifelong success in grades 9 through 12. Additionally, teachers will participate in Understand Scoring verification training. Understand Scoring is a web-based application that provides educators with information about Virginia's writing assessments, including the rubrics and anchor papers that illustrate each score point on the composing and written expression and usage and mechanics domains used to score the short paper component of the writing SOL. The website for Understand Scoring is shown here in the presentation and highlights the tools and resources that teachers will access when participating, such as the use of anchor papers, annotations, overlays, rubrics, and other virtual supports. All 4th and 5th grade teachers and 6th through 12th grade ELA teachers will complete the new practice and verification sets on the VDOE Understand Scoring site to gain a better understanding of the assessments and to develop consistency in scoring papers written by Virginia students. We are also encouraging our teachers to use Understand Scoring with students to facilitate their understanding of the expectation in each of the writing domains. Lastly, we are beginning the process of textbook adoption for English K-12 with the anticipation of implementing the new textbooks in the 2022-2023 school year. We are excited to have the opportunity to work and collaborate as a team with our teachers to support the achievement of our students. And now I would like to turn it over to Ms. Crystal DeLong.
Good evening. It is a pleasure to be a part of the instruction team as a supervisor of history, fine arts, and world languages. And as you might expect, there's been quite a bit of time devoted to the curriculum updates for social studies. One of the first things we worked on in the instruction team was streamlining our pacing guides and curriculum resources so that they're consistent across all subjects. If you go to the BCPS instruction page and then social studies, you will find those resources. Scrolling down the page, you see all of the pacing guides for social studies. The pacing guides are available for the public to view. We have them for each grade level and eventually hope to have them for each of our electives. Let's look at one sample for World History 2. Here you can see our World History 2 course pacing guide, which is taught in 9th grade. Suggested pacing is provided for block and 45-minute periods, and each course also has a curriculum resource page. There are links back to the pacing guide on the resource page, the standards, as well as each SOL or unit. And this page provides an overall resources that have been vetted for use in the course. When vetting resources, we critically look at the content accuracy and maturity level of the content. Moreover, we veered away from items that had an obvious bias or had an agenda. Here's a sample for SOL World History 215, which covers world religions. And this is taught in 9th grade. Here you can see that each has the standards, vocabulary, and this is the same for every history course that we offer, resources, approved videos, suggested activities, and lesson plans. Any new instructional materials have to be approved, and we have a curriculum feedback form for teachers to use. We want to be transparent about what we are teaching, and teachers are encouraged to post all of their instructional materials in Canvas. In 2014, the General Assembly amended the Code of Virginia to replace 5 history standards of learning tests. In lieu of an SOL test, the legislation requires each local school division to administer a locally developed alternative assessment consistent with the VDOE's guidelines. The guidelines provide some flexibility and autonomy for the local school divisions that allow for multiple assessments throughout the school year instead of one test at the end of the year. We have alternate assessments in English, science, and social studies, but social studies has the largest number of required assessments. We created videos explaining the process as well as how to score assessments using the new common rubric developed by the VDOE. Letters were also prepared for schools to send home to each grade level that has an alternative assessment, explaining why we are doing the alternative assessments. These assessments were designed by our Bedford County teachers. Graded rubrics will be sent home to the parents so they know how their students performed on the assessment. Our emphasis is on skills that align with the 5 C's and the profile of the Virginia graduate. This is one place that allows teachers to address unfinished learning. There is some repeated content over the years in social studies, and our focus for our social studies learners is skills that transfer not only across grade levels, but into the real world. This is a list here you can see of the SOL tests versus alternative assessments. 4th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade continue to have a required SOL test. 9th and 11th graders may have to take an SOL test if they need it for graduation. We also wanted to follow up regarding questions that were brought up at the last board meeting. We reviewed all of the VDOE African American history resources found in the course map available online. When vetting the resources, our criteria was to find resources without bias or an agenda. Our school board policy I&B states that, quote, teachers are expected to establish a learning environment where each student can study the issues within a curriculum that is appropriate to his or her knowledge and maturity, and provide instruction in an atmosphere that is free from bias, prejudice, or coercion. And that was the criteria that was kept in mind when vetting the resources. The African American History Pacing Guide and curriculum resources for our elective course are available online. We have formed a very collaborative environment that includes the 3 African American History elective course teachers at all 3 of our high schools. We have carefully reviewed the resources used in African American History elective course. Our collaborative team is designing all of the lessons that are used in our African American History elective course. We steered away from any resources that were considered to be more extreme, such as the 1619 Project or the Zen Project, or resources funded and supported by the Southern Poverty Law Center. We reviewed all of the 45 resources in the references and other resources section at the end of the course map. We also went through the online course written for Virtual Virginia by WHRO, as well as reviewed the resources to consider that are meant to be more Virginia specific and support the online course that is available for use. There have been some questions regarding the use of the VDOE's African American course map. It is meant to be a resource, not a mandated curriculum. At a recent presentation for history supervisors, we were reminded that all school divisions now have full access to the course map and accompanying online modules. You have the autonomy to review everything to make a local division decision as to whether the state-developed elective course aligns with your curriculum needs and the school board's goals. We have vetted all the resources that we are suggesting for use and what our 3 high schools are teaching in their classes. We took out any questionable resources suggested by the VDOE when making our curriculum resources for this course. Again, any new resources have to be submitted for approval. Dr. Trosper and I went and met with each secondary history department as well to discuss these procedures and the use of resources in the classroom. I also just want to reiterate that we are not teaching critical race theory in our classes. This was repeated in a recent history supervisors meeting that I attended. The state-developed African American History elective course does not include teaching about the critical race theory. We have great teachers in Bedford County. Most of them are a member of our Bedford community. They live here, they work here. Many of them are graduates from our Bedford schools. What you may see happening in Northern Virginia or even California is not what is happening in our Bedford schools. Community standards are considered when vetting resources for our curriculum. Now, while critical race theory is not mentioned in any of the curriculum resources in the VDOE's African American Histories course map, there are some links to critical race theory on the Ed Equity Virginia resources page. We want to assure you that we are not using those resources in our BCPS classroom. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn it over to the Supervisor of Mathematics, Audrey Butler.
Dr. Trosper,
Yes.
in light of the time, would it be appropriate to resume this after the break?
This is actually a good stopping point, so if that's what you'd like.
So we can resume this and have board questions after item 8.0. Thanks. So in that case, the board will recess for dinner and we will return at 7 p.m.
You know, the people have missed their suppers in order to be here and do the county's business. What you folks could do is honor these people that pay taxes, pay your salaries, instead of walking out on the people.
Mr. Simmons, we got one more too. There's one more down here. We're gonna move somebody up here. Ms. Robertson needs a seat because they. I'm sorry, I was on the restroom.
You go right ahead.
Thank you. I apologize, sir.
Yeah, really. We got a car. Check to see.
Shifted.
Everybody.
Thank you.
I remember you a couple weeks ago. You picked my tail. No, it wasn't. We get listed. I have no idea. Yeah.
I'd like to reconvene this September meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I'll begin the public comment portion of tonight's meeting. This time is limited to 50 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they are the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers may not give their time to another speaker. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization or group, if applicable. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any outbursts, foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining, and a second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 25-minute period, 50-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute bell rings, please discontinue speaking and step aside to allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to our clerk, Ms. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. So again, please refrain from outbursts. We do not want to clear the room as we did last month, and we want to make sure all speakers are heard and treated with respect. All right, Mr. Edwards, who is our first speaker tonight?
Mr. Chairman, our speakers this evening consist of Virginia Delegate Wendell Walker, Lacey Johnson, Jessica DeBoard, Charlotte DeBoard, Leanna Norman, Christina Childress, on behalf of the Education Association, KJ Farrell, Jennifer Balsina, David Beauregard, Jason Bender, Daniel Crawley, Michelle Madrill, Gina Dudley, Sherry Boyer, David Dietrich, Kayla Parker, Beatrice Ibarra, Luis Rodriguez, Joshua Birch, Patrick Cosmato, and Claire McNeely. Delegate Walker.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Dr. Bergen. I'm Delegate Wendell Walker. I represent the 23rd District, which is probably the best part of Bedford County, I'd like to think. That's about a third of it because you're represented by Delegate Terry Austin, as well as Delegate Kathy Byron. The reason I'm here tonight is because I have a number of constituents in my portion of Bedford County that have contacted me and concerns about the education, the decisions of the boards and things that are taking place here. Actually, tonight, this almost feels like I'm back in Richmond. And I'm not ready for that yet, but anyway, we appreciate the opportunity to be here and to speak with you for a few moments this evening. What I'm here to do tonight is to try to listen and understand and try to help you as far as the citizens of this community and the board members, the decision makers, because that's what I have to do on a full-time basis when I'm in Richmond. We have to be good listeners and try to understand how we can best serve the Commonwealth, the citizens out here. And so as I go about listening to bills that come before us, I think about how this vote is going to impact the citizens, the lives out here, we the people. And when I'm thinking about those decisions that I have to make, the first thing I always do, and I hope that a lot of people will agree with me, is I always ask God for wisdom. We need wisdom and discernment in making decisions, because the decisions that we make, whether it's a local level, or whether it's a state level, or a congressional level, they all have impact on every life here in the Commonwealth. And so as I think about the wisdom that I need, I also remember something that's very, very important. And I read this often, and I think this is one thing we don't read enough of. This is a copy of the Constitution of the United States. I'd like to read just a short paragraph from the Declaration of Independence. And this is for me as well as for everybody else, because I think sometimes we just need to stop and take a breath, step back, and think about how great America is and the freedom and the liberties we have to enjoy here, to make decisions about our future here. So if you would indulge me for just a few moments here, I'm reading the second paragraph from the Declaration of Independence, which says, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and that they are endowed by their Creator, which is God, with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life." I think about life when I make decisions. Liberty, the freedoms that we have, and the pursuit of happiness. We all want to be happy and have wonderful families. Now, these rights of government are initiated among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, the people out here. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government. I'm not here advocating that we overturn government. What I'm here is to remind us that we have great wisdom here. I believe godly wisdom that is inspired. This is a Christian and moral nation. That's the reason so many of us care about the reason we're here. So as I think about decisions I have to make, just like you have to make here tonight, and the impact it's going to have on the future residents here in this county, I hope that you'll take time to listen. That is the most important thing, because we in leadership positions, whether the superintendent, Dr. Bergen, myself, we're all accountable. At the end of the day, we are accountable. God gives us the opportunities to serve people, but I think we're also held accountable to those people that we serve as well. So I trust people at the end of the day. Richmond does not always get it right. I don't agree with every policy or mandate, so-called mandate, that comes out of Richmond. At the end of the day, I think about how this is going to impact the citizens here in the Commonwealth. Is it going to infringe upon the freedoms and liberties? Is government going to try to reshape our lives? Whether it be through curriculum, CRT, other things like that? We know what is right. I look around this room, there are a lot of smart people, I believe, that love God, that love their freedom and their liberties. So we have some great challenges ahead of us. And I'm trusting the people here in this room to make the right decisions. I challenge you, encourage you, please listen to the people. Because in the end, elections have consequences. contract can be voided.
That's right.
And you have an obligation to serve the people. And I want to thank you for your willingness to serve out here. It's not a fun job. It's not an easy job. I'd love to be home tonight with my family. But I think that I'm here doing what is in the best interest of the people to ensure that we have the freedoms and liberties. So tonight, I want to thank you for the opportunity to serve you, and God bless you.
Delegate Walker, Lacey Johnson.
I don't really know how, but every time I've spoken, I get stuck behind a delegate. And so it's really hard to come up here right after a seasoned professional and try to speak to you. My name is Lacey Johnson. I live in Montvale. And it seems like you all have forgotten, though you've been reminded regularly by Bedford County citizens from this very podium, that you are representatives of the will of the people. There's really no question as to what the will of the people is in regards to mandatory masking, critical race theory rebranded as culturally responsible teaching, and transgender policy. We've heard parent after parent speak about the research surrounding COVID in children. We've discussed how ineffective masks are for our children, how children don't spread COVID, how very rarely children die from COVID, and it would be a complete waste of breath for me to stand here and reiterate those numbers for you. Everyone here can interpret the chart from the CDC that reflects the survival rate of individuals, particularly children, who contract the virus. Everyone here should know by now that the COVID germ particles are smaller than the spacing between fibers and threads on your mask. I think it's safe to say that we know this is an absolute farce. It's pretty clear to me, and it should be clear to every individual in this room, that this is not about COVID. I've watched the video posted about 24 hours ago where Dr. Bergen is discussing COVID mitigation strategies, and he spoke about defeating COVID. We aren't going to defeat COVID. We need to learn to live with COVID. We've never defeated the flu. There's a flu shot. We've never defeated the common cold. And I propose that you poll the students and staff in this county and get a number of how many are not interested in participating in mitigation strategies. And if it is the majority, I highly suggest you move forward with the will of the people front of mind and rework the plans for this school year. We heard weeks ago about the statement, "I will not co-parent with the government." That rings true for me, and most of the parents here tonight are not interested in parenting with the government. Concerned parents will continue to pull their children out of public school, opting for homeschool or private school, and leave behind the dregs. Public schools will become an absolute cesspool. You need to consider the funding that has been and will be lost because of your foolish actions. I'll tell you about my recent experience of co-parenting with the government. My son has a documented medical condition, and his physician signed, much to my chagrin, signed off on page 3 of your little pamphlet that came home. And the paperwork stated that he is not to wear a facial covering at any time during the school day. Last week, my child was coerced into wearing a mask, and later on the same day, a face shield, overriding the guidance from our physician. And my question to you is this: what will keep the county from imposing a vaccine on my child or another unwanted medical device or unwanted medical attention? It won't be me, because the county doesn't abide by my wishes. And it won't be my doctor, because the county overrides what my physician has set out as best for my child.
That's right.
When the public school overrides the parent and the physician, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Let's get the board.
I'm sorry?
Thank you.
I'm almost done.
Your time's
The
up.
spirit of cowardice has pervaded this board. And with the exception of 3 individuals, there is no backbone to be found here to stand up to governmental mandates or CDC recommendations. Other schools in Virginia are overriding.
If you don't stop, we're gonna have to remove you because your time is up.
We just let
I can be removed. Other schools are overriding and making choices that echo the will of the parents. If the lawyer we use for the county advises against action in line of the will of the people, we need to find a different lawyer.
Ma'am,
I want to thank the 3 individuals who abide by the will of the people. I appreciate it.
job, sweetheart. Good job.
I'm Jessica DeBoard. I reside in Bedford County, and my daughters both attend Bedford County Public Schools. I'm in Martin Leamy's district. I didn't plan to come back to this room again. I spent several Thursday nights here with most of you, pleading for you to see the innate value and worth in my oldest daughter. She has multiple disabilities, and I begged on 3 separate occasions for her to receive the services she was due by federal, state, and moral obligation. She was placed in a seclusion room, the equivalent of a jail cell that I'm told by a local CO would be unfit for a prisoner to inhabit for any length of time. My daughter was only 4 at this time and incurred a concussion screening and had to go through the crisis intervention because she was shamed to the point of saying she wanted to die and felt she deserved to at 4. I researched how many preschoolers with disabilities have been put in similar rooms without consequence. The majority have something in common. They began to feel such despair, they became suicidal in preschool. There are no logs, no documents, no lists of occurrence in which she was placed in there, and so there is no paper trail with which to file complaints with the Department of Education. And recently I attempted to FOIA my daughter's security camera footage, and a friend of mine's daughter was recently placed in there. The initial fee is $3,000.
We will pay for it.
And well, they're going to say it's a violation because you only deserve to see your child's. This room has been refused to be seen by parents, claiming that it's a risk of safety. It's an empty room. It's a janitorial closet. And no one's allowed to see it. And you put my preschooler in there. And when I showed up to the school and was attending a public book fair, I was called for trespassing for being on school property at a public event. And upon the retaliation investigation, Beth Robertson told me that banning me from my daughter's school was totally justifiable because I misrepresented why I was at the book fair. Because I was trying to see a room that my daughter was put in. And they thought I had press with me. I tried to play a video tonight, which I was refused, and I asked for reasonable accommodations after my speaking to have a video of my daughter played. She has selective mutism, autism, which is a social communication disorder, and generalized anxiety disorder. She was eager to have herself heard and what being in that room was like, but she was denied because the board insisted in reviewing it first, and I wasn't about to have her record something to have it not played tonight. Because you don't want her voice to be heard. Stop putting our kids in this room.
That's right.
Provide them appropriate services. Stop producing suicidal preschoolers. Thank you.
Deanna? Anna Norman?
Can y'all hear me? Is this good? Okay. Well, good evening, Mr. Chairman, the school board. My name's Leanne Norman. I live in Manita, and I'm a product of Bedford County Public Schools. My mother's a product, and all my cousins are. So I just wanted to say tonight that at the last school board meeting, I was met with hateful comments and actions from members of Bedford County. While this behavior was overwhelming, it's something that I've always been subjected to as a Black member of this community. Based on these statements and actions, it's clear that this county still has a long way to go when it comes to empathy and respect. While I'm thankful for the work that the Bedford County School Board has done in order to help students from all walks of life, there are still some disparities that need to be remedied. I hear so many people in this room talk about right and wrong, Christianity, and justice. What's troubling is that these same people look at me as less than a person because of the color of my skin and my sexuality. You lead with hate instead of love.
We love you.
I have seen firsthand what racism and ignorance look like in a school system. It's not a personal problem, it's institutional. Statistically, the Virginia Department of Education has stated that only 5 school divisions out of 132 in Virginia show no disproportionality among black student suspensions. Furthermore, black students who are exposed to one black teacher by 3rd grade are 13% more likely to enroll in college. I say all this to say that as a community, we should want every member and student to succeed, not just those who are white, Christian, heterosexual, and cisgender.
Agreed.
I hope that the school board continues to try to advocate for the students that have been overlooked, disrespected, and dehumanized. And to the people here tonight, you speak of God, and I ask you, when you get to the pearly gates, will you get your white robe? The answer is no.
And we still love you.
Thank you.
We love you.
Thank you, Ms. Norman. Christina Children.
I sent an email with a graphic. If you want to pull it up, you're welcome to. And Ms. Johnson has a copy of its survey results, and they're in color if you check your email. Okay. So, good evening. Tonight I speak as the president of the Bedford County Education Association, which is the local professional organization that represents staff at every single school in this division. The BCEA for several years has held the position that teachers deserve financial compensation for losing their planning periods. And in August 30th, LTP principals were directed that secondary classroom teachers will be compensated at $27.97 per hour of coverage time. And we want to thank you for finally making paid coverage happen. Thank you for trying to find a temporary solution to a very real problem. But we must also advise that it needs to go even further. What could possibly be the rationale behind compensating secondary teachers and not compensating elementary school teachers who lose their planning time? As a secondary teacher, I am baffled by everything that elementary school teachers have to do every day. But I also know there are certain days where resource teachers such as art, music, library, or PE are out. And many times the classroom teacher doesn't get a single break all day. The elementary teachers deserve to be compensated for losing what precious little time they are scheduled to have in the first place. We know that the lack of staff and lack of substitutes is a very real problem, especially this year. And we know that overworked staff can lower morale, and consistently low morale will lead to burnout, which in turn impacts employee retention. At the beginning of the school year, every year, the BCEA surveys its membership as to what major concerns they would like us to advocate for. Last month, I sent you results of that survey. The top concern from the very start of the school year was salary, shocker, especially as it relates to that of our paraprofessionals. The other major top concerns involved health insurance, class size, and employee morale. But it seems now that these concerns have shifted a bit. After hearing from hundreds of employees in this division, I felt like we needed to do a little pulse check of sorts. The word that I kept hearing time and time again was unsustainable. So I sent a survey called the Pulse Check Survey, which elicited 3 words from each BCEA member. And I simply said, tell me how you feel about this school year. Give me 3 words. After a 7-day time period, we closed the results and I sent it through an Ed Wordle analysis algorithm, and that's the printout that you have. The more frequently a word shows up, the bigger the font. So check that out. Since not everyone can see that, I will just say the most common word on there was some form of the word exhausted. Overwhelmed was number 1. Exhausted was number 2. And stressed. Any form of those words showed up the most often, which is normal. At the beginning of a school year, it's normal to feel stressed and overwhelmed. The words that I did not expect to see and have never seen in 20 years of doing this were words like dangerous, invisible, draining, burned out, and defeated. Those are not words that we as educators say in August, or we wouldn't go into this profession. These results have kept me up at night. They've made me wonder how we're gonna get through this year. And they've made me wonder what's gonna happen to our students when the people they spend the majority of their day with are disguising despair. Because the educators are not gonna show it. They are not going to show their feelings to their students. They're not gonna even show their discontent to parents who berate them at bus stops, who scream at them on the telephone, or who post on social media platforms. I don't have a solution for you. I wish I had an easy one, but I kind of feel like that's your job. Whether anybody wants to hear it tonight or not, our staff is struggling. And if our students were struggling to this level that 97% of their responses were negative, we would call that a crisis. We're still hopeful. The word hopeful is on that chart. It's real small, but it's on there. We are still hopeful that you will hear our plea and that you will try to consider not only what is best for students, but what is best for your staff in the decisions that you make from this point on.
One second, okay?
Hello, school board members and community. My name is KJ Farrell. I live in District 3. Us kids need your help. Do you want to know why I was unenrolled from my in-person classes 2 days ago? Me too. But first, I wanted to say that I have had the best teachers and paraprofessionals. Please use the COVID money to pay paras for overseeing classes and others for their extra work. Please acknowledge your community's authority to make their own health choices. This is about way more than masks. Please use COVID money in ways that really help. Why are you buying face shields and forcing kids to either wear them or go in isolation rooms? The CDC and Virginia Department of Health say that they are not recommended. Seriously, why are you letting the superintendent go against the CDC recommendation? And why did the superintendent unenroll me and many others against our parents' choice? My medical exemption to not wear a face covering was accepted last year and this year. Then the new superintendent made a bunch of chaotic changes. Now he says that my doctor's note doesn't matter. He told hundreds of families that we had to sign his medical release form, giving them the permission to talk to all my doctors, look at my records, and allow strangers to treat me medically. Please protect my privacy and dignity. He required hundreds of others to document personal detail about their faith, to name their religious leaders, to interview them. Since my parents would not sign those forms, he made our principals put us in isolation rooms starting last week on Monday. They only let us move for 10 minutes, and we had to work on our screens for 7 hours. My principal marked us absent without telling teachers, so they couldn't send us materials. The health order said that everyone could be in PE, band, and lunch unmasked, but none of my jailmates or I were allowed to be with them. My brother was isolated in a teeny room with no other kids. No one was allowed to teach him. There are people locked outside who want to expose the mistreatment of their kids. Mr. Johnson, why won't you let them speak? Yeah. If you are one of the 4 who voted against parent choice, would you please raise your hand to complete the superintendent's release form so the town could review your doctors, counselors, and religious leader, and so they can treat you. It sounds silly, doesn't it? If you choose not to fill out the superintendent's forms, why would you let him kick me out of my classes when my parents made the same exact choice?
That's right.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Jennifer Bolsina.
We're proud of
Jennifer Bolsina.
Can everybody hear me? Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jennifer Balsina. I live in Forest. I just moved here in February, so I'm not really sure what district that is. Until last week, my kids went to Forest Elementary and Forest Middle. We actually pulled them out on Friday, and they're being homeschooled now by my husband.
Yes.
So everybody comes at this from a data standpoint. I'm going to read you the religious exemption that I was forced to send in with my children, and they were still isolated. My son was in the room with KJ. They became good friends, I think. So, my children qualify for religious accommodations due to our family's strongly held religious belief against face coverings. Therefore, they should not wear a face covering of any kind, as it covers up the glory of God's creation. Yes. The Bible says, "Let the children come to me and do not hinder them, for to such belongs to the kingdom of God." That's Luke 18:16. Along with this accommodation, my child is not to be segregated in any fashion. For Genesis 2:18 states, "Then the Lord said, it is not good for man to be alone." The Bible also states not to neglect in gathering together, as some are in the habit of doing. Hebrews 10:25. This family fully embraces the spiritual conviction that we are created in the image of God and that our breath is sacred and shall not be restricted. God created us through dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. That's Genesis 2:7. Mask wearing restricts the life-giving breath of God and our full expression of existence with our Creator. Leviticus 13:45, and I've been commended on this one because I was told that there's no way I could tie this in, but states, "The person who has a case of serious illness is to have his clothes torn, his hair hanging low, and he must cover his mouth and cry out, 'Unclean, unclean.'" Therefore, forcing my children to wear a mask is convincing them that they are unclean and unhealthy when they are not. They are perfectly fine.
Yeah.
This family fully rejects the fear and anxiety that a mask represents. The most common phrase in the Bible relates to the command to not be afraid and to trust God. There's no rational reason for children to be masked other than to bind them in fear. This directly goes against God's constant reassurance. "Fear not, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God." That's Isaiah 41:10. I will not teach my children to go against the word of God, for Luke 17:2 states, "It would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and tossed into the sea than to cause one of these little ones to stumble."
There you go.
What you're doing is wrong. My 11-year-old, my 7-year-old, and my 8-year-old were put in a room by themselves and made to stare at a screen all day. My oldest son's teacher had no idea where he was. He was marked absent because she didn't even know where he was. And when he came to school the next day and went to his class, because they let him walk through the hallway because it's here or there or, whatever, depending on the day, he told his teacher that he was supposed to go to a separate room, and she said, "I have no idea what you're talking about." She told him to go talk to the principal.
What the heck, man?
It's wrong. Like I said, we decided to pull our children out and we're going to homeschool them because we believe in teaching them values and that they're not unclean, they're not unhealthy. And for all of you that voted against parents' choice, I promise you, you will answer to God for causing his little ones to stumble.
Yeah.
David Beauregard.
All right.
My name is David Beauregard, and I'm in Mr. Leamy's district. What's it going to take? You have been listening and hearing, but you haven't been responding to your community. We don't want you to just listen and hear. because you're accountable to us, we the people, and you're not getting that. You have said you will not answer questions during the comment period, and now with the new policy review that you're going to have a little bit later tonight, you're going to reinforce that mandate. This is neglect of duty under the Code of Virginia that you so often quote for your closed meetings and all the other things that bar the public from hearing what you're doing. Upon a petition, the circuit court may remove from office any elected officer or officer who has been appointed to fill an elective office residing within the jurisdiction of the court based on number one, neglect of duty, misuse of office or incompetence in the performance of duties when that neglect of duty, misuse of office or incompetence in the performance of duties has a material adverse effect upon the conduct of the office. Your conduct is adversely affecting your community. We don't go home in peace. There is much trouble in our hearts on every issue and on every side, whether you believe in this or you believe in that. But you are not listening and following the will of the people. And just to reiterate, the Virginia Constitution Bill of Rights, which I've been saying since I've been coming, Article 1, Section 2, people are the source of power. That all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people, that magistrates are their trustees and servants, and at all times liable to give an account for their behavior, for their actions. Period. A Code of Virginia is in violation of that Constitution. And as Mr. Walker put earlier, when it comes to a point, and that's what I'm asking, what is it going to take for you to heed the people? Is it going to take a majority of the people to alter and abolish you and to abolish this office? I'm not even close to done. You swore an oath to God. What God did you swear by? Is it the God of the Bible? The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit? Then, if so, then you're refusing to honor him. It's a rejection of him, his name, and his eternal authority. It is rebellion and stubbornness. And he is clear about this, because rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Beauregard.
stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry.
Thank you, Mr. Beauregard.
When you swear to your own hurt. Are you bold enough? Do you have the courage to stand
Time is up.
by
Please
your
step
oath?
away from the microphone and allow the next speaker to approach.
Okay, I'm not going to cause a scene tonight, but
Thank you.
what is it going to take?
Thank you, Mr. Beauregard. Jason.
I'll be glad when somebody else is in that seat right there at your end, Mr. Amen.
Yes.
It's time right coming, son.
I'm gonna leave off where my brother left off. I'm gonna continue. My name's Jason Binder. I'm a Bedford County resident. School board, I want to ask you directly, are you listening? I know you can't verbally tell me that, but be genuine and sincere and answer honestly. Shake your head. Are you listening? The people have spoken tonight. They've spoken. It's nearly unanimous. We're talking about children's lives. Parents are upset. My daughter is homeschooled. I don't even have my daughter in the public school system, but I'm here because I care about the kids of this community. Do you? Shake your head, please. I won't tell if you shake your head. I want you guys to know, this morning I was praying for all of you. I don't know if anyone has a relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, but I was praying that if you have yet to repent of your sins, because we're all sinners, we've all fallen short of the glory of God.
Amen.
My prayer to you was that you would repent, that the Holy Spirit would convict you of your sins and your trespasses against the Holy God. I also prayed for those who might be Christians here, that you would take a stand of truth, that you would not be in submission to Richmond or a superintendent.
Yeah.
And I want to share with you a scripture here from Proverbs 24. It starts in verse 10. It says, "If you falter in times of trouble, how small is your strength? Rescue those being led to death. Hold back those staggering towards slaughter." Do you hear those words? It goes on to continue. "If you say, but we knew nothing about this, does not he who weighs the heart perceive it?" That's God. "Does not he who guards your life know it?" And listen here, please listen. No one's shaking their head. Listen. "Will he not repay each person according to what he has done?" Whatever you do, whatever you don't do, you will be repaid. There is a day of judgment coming where you will have to meet your Maker. Whether you believe in him or not, you will meet him face to face for everything you said, done, didn't do, every decision, thought, every social media post you did. Everything that's on that screen. If you're legitimately teaching CRT and you put that you're not, that's a lie. There will be judgment for that. There will be consequences. And here's what I gathered from some comments on Facebook. "My son gets migraines. They were minimal last year, but they have started back up this school year." There were comments on that post that said, yes, they have gotten phone calls already this year for 2 of my kids with bad headaches. "I also had to pick up my daughter last year for a terrible headache. As soon as she took off her mask outside, it got better. My son texted me and said that they were sending students up to the office to have Q-tips up their nose. My daughter opted for going back to classes today with the whole mask off in class, mask in the hall routine. Her home-based teacher proceeded to pull a desk away from everyone in the back for her to sit at." I'll go on to the next one. There was a photo on this one. Get this. A photo of a principal in a Bedford County school that said, "Principal in the hallway with his mask down when our children are being segregated and denied an equivalent education for not wearing masks in hallways.
Thank you, Mr. Bender.
Rules for
Your time is
thee
up.
and not for we."
step
It's all about control. You know the truth with masks. You know the truth.
Thank you.
You got this, brother.
Members of the board, my name is Daniel Crawley. I live in District 3. I have two children at New London Academy, 2nd grade, 5th grade. My wife and I are here tonight representing them. And our authority over them and not yours.
Amen. There you go.
It's our job to choose what's best for them, not yours. My son is 11. At the age of 3, he was diagnosed with autism and ADHD. For 7 years, he has struggled to communicate with his friends, to associate with his peers, to interact with the children that are of his age. We were told when he was diagnosed with autism that he may never do that as a normal child. He currently works with specialists for speech and OT through his IEP at New London Academy. He also has some sensory impairments that make it difficult for him to wear a mask. So we recently held an IEP meeting, and at that IEP meeting, we were informed that the only accommodation for him if he wasn't able to wear a mask would be socially isolated from his peers.
No.
So tonight, you know, I'm not used to standing up in front of people and talking. You can see I'm emotional because I'm talking about my kid.
Yeah.
And you don't mess with my kid.
No.
So, as I was thinking about what I was going to say, because I am upset, clearly, I went to your website. And on your website, your words, your mission statement, to prepare our students to be productive and responsible citizens of our community and the world. It's noble. In your vision, a community dedicated to our students in the future. Your words, not mine. How is isolating my son and the rest of these children from their peers, from their ability to receive a free and fair education, preparing them for the future? I'm asking you, the masks, all of what we're talking about here tonight, is fear-driven. It's fear-driven. And you're more afraid of that and a lawsuit or whatever it may be than it is you're willing to do the right thing.
Exactly right.
So I'm asking you to do the right thing.
I don't know about that free part when you're paying that man right there $200,000 a year.
Michelle Madrill.
Yes, good evening. I'm Michelle Madrill, and I will apologize in advance if I am redundant in anything I say. I've been unable to hear anything because a public meeting is not open to all of the public. Amen. I would like to request respectfully a bigger venue for future meetings so that we can all listen. The purpose of my statement tonight is to speak to the motivation behind some of the decisions here. In March 2021, Senate Bill 1303 passed with a clause providing school boards the option on how best to implement the practices. On July 29th, 2021, Bedford County School Board voted 4-3 to uphold the parents' right to decide whether or not to mask their children. On August 3rd, just 5 days later, a special session called for consultation from legal counsel regarding the 4-3 vote to reject mask mandates and transgender model policies from the Virginia Department of Education. After legal counsel advised, the board voted unanimously to approve their previous decision supporting the parents' choice for masking their children. 2 days later, on August 5th, 2021, the governor issued a statement regarding Senate Bill 1303. On that same day, Dr. Bergen received an email from Superintendent of Public Instruction, James Lane, which reinforced the governor's announcement. Additionally, an email from Jason Johnson was sent to the board asking for their guidance on how to proceed given the information shared in the governor's press conference. On August 6, 2021, an email from attorney Gary Straw was received by County Attorney Mr. Skelly and the school board. Moms for Liberty received this email via Freedom of Information Act submitted on August 19th. The email threat was expecting a change in mask policy prior to opening school, citing compliance with Senate Bill 1303. From August 6th to August 11th, numerous responses were sent back from the board to Mr. Johnson. Here is an example of Dr. Susan Mele's, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. Hey Jason, as I've always thought, yes, adopt the recommendation of the CDC, as Wade's initial responses of parsing words was, to me, a lame argument. I believe we should also vote to reverse our original vote rejecting masks. God bless America. Common sense prevail. I will call tomorrow. Susan. Dr. Hicks' response included this statement. I agree with Mark that an announcement needs to be made before Wednesday, letting parents know about the change before they send their kids to school. According to Jason Johnson's recap of these events, which he gave at the August 12th school board meeting, I spoke with many of my fellow board members to determine interest in the action. The majority, many of the members, were not available or in favor of holding an emergency meeting. However, a majority of members were in favor of updating our safety plan to be in compliance with SB 1303 prior to students returning to school. Per Jason Johnson's own summary of the timeline and decision, on August 8th, I informed Dr. Bergen that all board members could not be assembled for an emergency board meeting on Monday. but a majority of the board members now supported an adherence to SB 1303 and the mitigation set forth by the CDC. I suggested to Dr. Bergen that he draft a statement by myself and an attorney. At that time, a public announcement by Bedford County Schools was released indicating that masks were required to be worn by all persons in the school building beginning the very next day
Time is up.
at back-to-school orient.
For Liberty, 5 minutes.
I get 5
minutes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Beginning the very next day at back-to-school orientation, August 9th. Let the record show that not all board members were informed of this, per Martin Leamy's statement during the previous board meeting. Also know that Marcus Hill requested religious exemptions be offered, and those requests were ignored. What exactly is the real motivation of the school board? Is it the health and safety of the students and abiding by the will of the parents who elected them, or is it the threat of legal action? Is this decision made under duress? Whose hand was involved in sending the threatening email from attorney Gary Straw? On August 12th, Governor Northam dictated his lawmaking to the health commissioner with the newest mandate. Note that we now have a mandate, yet we reportedly already had a law. The latest mandate supports the weak argument for forced masking under SB 1303. Also on August 12th, at the regularly planned school board meeting, the members voted 4-3 to mask children in public schools, in spite of many concerns from parents advocating for parental choice. Hundreds of medical and religious exemptions were submitted by parents at the beginning of school. In fact, 241 letters were submitted at Forest Middle School alone. These have subsequently been rejected in various fashions, and even students with substantial documentations from doctors via letters, IEP, and other such records are being told that they are still required to mask in the hallways and common areas. Please tell me at what point a superintendent, principal, or school nurse's review of a student's medical information supersedes that of the child's own physician. Our goal in sharing this timeline is to speak to the motivation behind the decision of the school board and to draw attention to the overreach of Dr. Bergen's authority in compliance with Richmond politics instead of the will of the Bedford community at large.
Yeah.
Thank you. There you go.
Gina Dudley?
She's coming.
Coming, okay.
Hello. My name is Gina. I'm in District 3. I'm really just here to make a statement, mainly to the 4 board members who think that you guys know better than the parents of these kids. I've recently withdrew my 3 children from school, so there's another $39,000 that you're going to lose. And I hate that. I hate that for the kids. But you guys have clearly lost your minds. All of you have, especially you, okay, you're ruining Bedford County. So kudos to you. We already had a high number of homeschool kids. Now it's climbing because of you, because of your shady acts, because of y'all's shady acts, because y'all think that you know better than the parents. I would love to see how y'all would react if we were telling you, your children, that they couldn't wear a mask. What if we said, you cannot wear a mask? What if we told all of you, you could not be in here right now without a mask on? Because the mask makes you feel safe. So I don't understand why we don't have those same rights for our children. And if this is actually about public safety, then how come is it on Friday nights the football team can go out there and be in a play football together, spitting on each other, high-fiving each other, out in the locker room, unmasked? You pack all the kids together in their little student section. Some of them don't even have shirts on. You know there's spits flying when they're talking, but then come Monday morning, oh guys, pull your seats away 6 feet, put your mask on, don't talk to each other, don't touch each other. That's asinine. That makes 0 sense whatsoever. So the best decision that I could have made, unfortunately, I was forced into it, was pulling my kids out of this tyranny of a public school system.
I did too.
lawyer.
Can she go? If she goes, it's her time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were apprised of an educational initiative called Culturally Responsive Teaching, or CRT. I want to revisit that topic. It was deafening that CRT was never defined, although we were told it was different than critical race theory. Yet, in many ways, it is not. Culturally responsive teaching is a program promoted by the Virginia Department of Education. It is said to be a key element of Virginia's roadmap to academic equity. According to the Department of Education, equity, or more precisely, ed equity, involves the elimination of disparities in academic outcomes among students. Those disparities are assumed to be the result of various cultural, racial, and gender biases. Native intelligence, talent, discipline, and hard work are not considered. CRT also appears to have been adopted without proper scientific inquiry or with the broad consent of we, the people. Culturally responsive teaching is also related to two other concepts, critical theory and critical race theory. Critical theory was developed by the cultural Marxist Frankfurt School, an intellectual movement created by leftists in Germany in the 1920s and 1930s. It was later introduced into prestigious American universities. It has since metastasized throughout most of academia. Critical race theory is a derivative of that concept. The assumption in both theories is that disparities in social and economic outcome exist because of class and race exploitation. A Marxist theme has been carried over into education through culturally responsive teaching that considers disparate academic outcomes as exploitative. Resources are diverted from the academically successful to ensuring absolute equality of outcome. This is equity, and it has consequences. Rather than resources made available to all students equally, equality of opportunity, resources are reallocated based on bureaucratically perceived group needs. In his Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx wrote, "From each according to his ability, to each according to his need." Culturally responsive teaching, with its underpinning of critical theory and so-called ed equity, will impoverish all students intellectually. It will also relegate otherwise academically gifted students to second-class status. I know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. I spent 20 years of my 40-year professional life as a Sovietologist, and I've probably done something that nobody else in this room has ever done. I was in communism behind the Iron Curtain in several countries. I know what people are thinking they want, and they don't realize what they're asking for. Thank you.
Caleb Parker.
Hello, I am a 10th grader and my name is Caleb Parker. I'm going to speak about the injustices that I and others have been put through with the mask mandate. Monday, the 30th of August, I walked in the school and I was sent right to an isolation room by Principal Wilson, where I saw my friend sitting there alone. I didn't know this before, but she was moved 3 times before she got to the specific room, and it was only 8:40 in the morning. We were overjoyed when we saw each other because we didn't feel as alone. 2 others came into the room, and followed by them was Principal Wilson. The principal took us one by one into a storage room that was connected to the isolation room and told us all the same thing. You can either go to class without a mask on and wear some type of face covering throughout the hallways, or you can be put into a room that will be away from everyone else and continue your work. I felt very uncomfortable going into this room alone with him because, first of all, it was not easily visible to others, and the fact that I was alone with him. My other friends felt the same exact way, and we didn't know what to do. There were 4 of us in the room in the beginning, and then there were only 3. And he took us 3 to the main office so that we could go into his personal office one by one again so that we can discuss our curricular options. He questioned me once again about what I wanted to do, and I told him I wanted to call my mom. He called her, and they talked, and my mom brought me home. Once I got home, I found out that 7 others joined the isolation group, along with somebody reading the Constitution of the United States to everyone. I also found out that there were other isolation rooms all throughout the building so that we wouldn't be in the same isolation room, knowing that we would stand strong together. I came back the next day, and the situation seemed unbelievable. First, every entrance of the school, there was an admin checking to see if everyone had a mask on. One of the administrators asked if I had a mask and said no. And I said no, and he tried to hand me a mask, but I said no. Then he told me which isolation room to go to. 12 of us were put into one of the smallest rooms in JF. Throughout the day, we were made to feel like we were less than people and were a disease. Throughout the day, the vice principal stood in front of the window that was on the door during the bell changes, and if anyone asked who was in the room, she would simply say, "These are just some students that are trying to finish their work," and completely dodging the idea that they were putting all of us into an isolation room and not even getting proper instruction from our teachers. My grade in my classes dropped from an A to a C in one day because I was not getting proper instruction and the teachers weren't grading my work correctly. Our teachers had to send work to our room because we weren't allowed to leave the room, but only to go to the restroom after the bell change. I asked my band teacher what I could do to continue playing my music, and he said that he would figure it out. And my vice principal said that I was not allowed to go back to class, but she said I was allowed to participate in the band concerts, which made completely zero sense.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Time is up.
Come up with these isolations.
Right.
Yeah, this is
And then-
insanity.
Thank you, Ms.
Solitary
Parker.
confinement. How are y'all sitting there?
I asked
For what we said earlier, no outbursts or we will have to clear the room.
I asked her
Thank you, Ms. Parker.
if-
Your time is up. Please step away from the mic.
Good job, Ava.
All of y'all. That's insane.
Good evening. My name is Beatriz Ibarra. I am a resident of Bedford County and a member of District 4. I am speaking tonight on behalf of the organization Moms for Liberty, but this is my family story. I am a grateful believer in Jesus Christ. I am the first generation of Jesus followers in my family, born and raised in Medellin, Colombia, South America, in a non-religious home. I am the oldest of 4 siblings. Both of my parents were college professors. I attended a private Catholic school and college where I never received any biblical instruction, but instead a set of rules to follow. Growing up in Colombia in the 80s and 90s, I learned how to survive during fear, persecution, and intimidation. And I also what it means when somebody wants to give you something for nothing, and you ended up getting nothing for something. I met my husband in 1998 in our last year in college. We got married in 2001. The same year, we immigrated to the US. We fled our beautiful Colombia and left everything behind, our families, friends, culture, our careers, our heritage, trading those for life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness that only America could provide for us at that time. This country has been our sweet home for the last 20 years. We have climbed the professional ladder. We became investors. We are raising our family here. We have been blessed by 3 spiritual children. We travel from coast to coast. We have traveled overseas. We go to restaurants, check in at hotels, and have never felt rejected, discriminated by anybody by any way. We have been able to achieve the American dream after coming here only with a piece of luggage full of hopes and dreams for a better future for our next generations. I have a moral and spiritual and patriotic duty to speak against this increase towards secularism, moral relativism, and anti-Christian mindset. I won't be a victim of ignorance, poor decisions, or laziness. Amen. Like Franklin Graham once said, I know that we are going to be attacked no matter what we do if we stand for God's word, if we stand for the truth. But for me, the worst thing that could happen is for the Lord Jesus Christ to come back and find me sitting on my hands and keeping my mouth shut. Amen. When he comes back, I hope that he finds me fighting and standing for the truth, standing up for this onslaught, this tsunami, this tidal wave of evil that is coming down on society today. In 2 Timothy 3, the Bible speaks of a time in which those who follow biblical standards of morality will be despised and persecuted, and the truth will be resisted by men of corrupt minds. It is vitally important that we do not cave to this pressure and loosen our grip on biblical and scientific truth. I am not willing to give up my freedom for a false sense of security. I know from personal experience what happens when a society surrenders individual liberty to the state, and the state never gives it back. The target terrorists are no longer in the Middle East. The new enemies are those who refuse to give up their rights here at home. Now is not the time to sit and idle and hope for things to get better. As Ron Paul said earlier, we will allow these people to use fear and propaganda to do further harm to our society, economy, and our children. Or we will stand together and say, absolutely not. Not this time. I choose freedom. The definition of freedom is not safety. Freedom comes with risk, and it is up to us to assess those risks and make our own decisions. Government cannot eliminate risk, and only tyrants claim to be able to do so. It gives them complete control over your life. Will you be one who chooses freedom and assesses your own safety? Or will you continue to believe in the totalitarian fantasy that this government is creating a world without risk? The choice is yours. Do I have more time? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Mora. And just to clarify, she was part of a group, so she got 5 minutes. All right. At this point, we'll move back to the other items on our agenda. So, item 7, approval of consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to consider item 7.07, personnel report, separately as an action item from the personnel report, or I'm sorry, from the consent agenda.
Okay, so consider item 7.07 separately from the rest of the consent agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
It's on the speaker list.
So in that case, we.
You have to vote on it, right?
Yep.
I have one second. On what?
No, yeah.
We
So
have to
we
vote
vote
on
on the
what?
consent agenda.
Well, I'm reading right here, last paragraph, last sentence, last paragraph, items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member. I'm any board member, I'm requesting it be removed. I don't think that takes a vote.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, correct? Okay. Okay. All right, so then in that case, do we have a motion on the other items of the consent agenda, 7.01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, and 08?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the consent agenda, except for the item noted by Mr. Leamy.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda with the exception of 7.07. Mr. Neely, do you have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hicks. Any discussion? Not call for vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, consent agenda is approved. All right, so.
Mr. Chairman, I would like
7.07.
to consider employee 123, 123 separately from the personnel report.
So we have a motion to separate item employee 123.
123.
So we have a motion by Mr. Leamy to do that. Do we have a second?
Second.
Can you all speak up? No one can hear.
So we have a second by Dr. Hicks. Any discussion? Not? Call for a
Well, my motion, okay, so this is to consider
that item separately, or that employee separately, okay. All right, so all those in favor of Mr. Leamy's motion to consider employee number 123 separately from the rest of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion is approved unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we reject the superintendent's recommendation for employee 123.
All right, so Mr. Leamy makes a motion to reject the superintendent's recommendation for employee number 123. All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so a motion by Mr. Leamy, a second by Mr. Hill. Discussion? Not, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Ms. Johnson, please pull the board.
Ms. Harrison?
No.
Dr. Hicks?
No.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
No.
Noes have it with 4.
Always.
Do we have a motion on the rest of the personnel report?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the rest of the personnel report as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion by Dr. Hicks to approve the rest of the personnel report. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great, the rest of the personnel report is approved unanimously. Item 8, so we will pick up where we left off before the dinner break with math, I believe.
Okay, so we've heard updates about English and about social studies, and now we're going to hear from Ms. Audrey Bowyer, the supervisor of mathematics.
Good evening. During the 2020-2021 school year, the mathematics pacing guides were adjusted to match and cover only the priority standards given by the BDOE. Now that BCPS has moved to in-person learning for all students, pacing guides have been updated for the 2021-2022 school year to address all standards of learning. BDOE resources such as the just-in-time quick check.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Ms. Boyer, could you hold on a moment?
Sorry,
We'll give
Ms.
everyone a
Boyer.
minute.
I apologize.
Leave the room quietly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize again, Ms.
Would you
Boyer.
like for me to start over?
Please.
Would you like for me to start over?
Thank you.
Good evening. During the 2021-2020 school year, the mathematics pacing guides were adjusted to match and cover the priority standards given by the BDOE. Now that BCPS has moved to in-person learning for all students, pacing guides have been updated for the 2021-2022 school year to address all standards of learning. BDOE resources such as the just-in-time quick checks, co-teaching lesson plans, mathematical instructional plans, and rich mathematical tasks have been embedded into all BCPS curriculum guides for each grade level K through Algebra 2. Teachers are also utilizing the BDOE just-in-time quick checks to reveal common misconceptions and student errors. They are essential in assisting our teachers in identifying unfinished learning and planning instruction that will fill potential gaps in learning and guide small group and tiered instructional needs. Teachers are utilizing these VDOE resources along with our district pacing guides and best practices to develop short and long-range plans that align curriculum, instruction, and assessment. BCPS instruction promotes the following best practices on the teaching framework of mathematics as adapted from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Explicit instruction includes modeling, facilitated by the teacher, guided and independent practice, and consistent dialogue. Teachers facilitate mathematical discourse through purposeful questions, the use and connections of mathematical representations, student thinking and explanations, and productive struggle as students reason with mathematical concepts. Immediate feedback for students allows for growth and mastery of those concepts. The use of formal, common mathematical language and vocabulary increases students' understanding of mathematical situations, and tasks that promote critical thinking and problem solving increase students' reasoning skills and understanding of mathematical concepts. To provide teachers with the necessary knowledge regarding resources that will identify and address our unfinished learning, professional development is being provided in September to our teachers on the use of the VDOE just-in-time quick checks and on the diagnostic and skill plan updates of our IXL online resource. Based on the 2020-2021 SOL results, the grade levels that demonstrated the most significant deficits in math were grades 6 through 8. The data shows the need for improvement specifically in the areas of number and number sense and computation and estimation. Meetings are being scheduled with middle school administrators, math department chairs, and algebra readiness teachers to develop algebra readiness intervention plans that address number and number sense and computation and estimation. Our middle and high schools have an allotment of algebra readiness funds and are required to provide identified students with an additional 2.5 hours of extra instruction. Funds are typically used to compensate staff for providing these intervention services, which could include the hiring of additional staff members. Algebra readiness intervention services can be delivered face-to-face, virtually, in small groups, or individually. The VDOE Algebra Readiness Initiative resources, along with the VDOE Mathematics Vertical Articulation Tool, will be utilized to provide staff with individualized student remediation plans. Quarterly data meetings at all elementary, middle, and high schools involving the division instruction team and school administrators will focus on school data and providing resources and strategies to address individual school needs in the area of mathematics. We will continue to provide direction and important information to support teachers throughout the school year through our BCPS Math Collaborative Canvas course. Now I'm going to turn it over to our Supervisor of Science and Computer Science, Ms. Allison Kapler.
Hi. Science standard updates were released by the VDOE, and we have been gradually adopting the 2018 standards. Kindergarten through 3rd grade has already begun teaching with the new SOLs. I have met with 4th and 6th grade teachers to create their pacing guides they will be using this year with the new standards. And 5th grade, 7th grade, and above will begin using the 2018 standards next school year. There have been not major changes in these standards, but a few SOLs have shifted grade levels. This is a crosswalk testing year, which means students will be tested on the 2010 standards, but will have some field items on the new 2018 standards. Next year, all students will be tested on the 2018 science standards. This year, we will begin pursuing a science textbook adoption to then begin using next school year. As you may or may not be aware, the VDOE released computer science SOLs in 2017 for grades K through 8 with the intent that these standards would be integrated and taught in core content classes. In order to continue moving Bedford County forward with computer science integration, curriculum guides were created and will continue to be further developed with integrated lessons and activities for teachers. A computer science support team has been created with members from throughout the district from varying grade levels with different expertise to develop resources and strategies for all teachers to be able to use. A monthly STEM newsletter for all staff will also be released. The Discovery Hub gives a spotlight of Bedford County classroom or schools, a STEM tidbit with a focus on vocabulary exposure or teaching strategies, an activity takeaway section with integrated lessons teachers could take and easily use in their classrooms, as well as a looking ahead section to give highlights of upcoming events and opportunities both locally and worldwide.
I want to thank the supervisors for all their hard work over the summer and their support of schools during the beginning of this school year. So the focus of tonight's presentation has been on the core subject areas. We certainly are willing to come back to report on progress on fine arts and world languages, PE, and CTE. So at this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Board member questions? Mr. Leamy, yes.
This is for Ms. DeLong. Would you mind, I'm technologically challenged. Would you mind emailing me a link to where I can take a look at the African American history elective curriculum?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, Dr. Mealy and then Ms. Kirby.
Yes, Dr. Prosper, I'm not sure, I'm just gonna put both of these together, and you need to answer them, that's fine, differently, it's fine. I know we're looking at a new reading series, and we're looking, I did not know that, at a new science adoption. So, will there be some sort of plan drawn up for this? And my concern is that, and I'm not saying necessarily it's occurred here. I've been here, was in the division for a dozen years, and I'm not sure we adopted much. But I would really like to see, for reading or for science, say that any science teacher would be able to review how we're going to go about this, how we're going, how they can provide input, instead of just, typically, books show up at a school, and sure, there's maybe not a way to accurately review that. So that's one question, will there be a plan? And then the second one for that is, are these teams also going to spend some time looking at the literature to determine, like, especially for a reading series, and especially since we haven't adopted one in so long, what are the best research-based components of that, so that we can kind of all agree when we're all finished, yeah, we agree this series has this, and maybe this one over here we don't even have to look at because they don't have it, so.
Yeah, so those are very good questions, and I'll just say we're very early in that process, so I don't have answers for you, but what I will say is we've started discussing what that process will look like. We've started by looking at board policy on textbook adoption, and we absolutely intend to get feedback from teachers, from community members, from a variety of individuals, and we've even discussed bringing in all core content areas in the science textbook and reading, and absolutely, when we make decisions, we want to make sure we look at evidence-based practices, so we will certainly be considering that as well. We want to be transparent with that process. So, as I said, we have not, we're very early in this process, but we certainly intend to do those things that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, our new assessment program, Mastery Connections or content, okay.
Yes.
Have our teachers been, have they received professional development for that at this time, or are they not using it? Are you all doing that, or how?
So right now, the division team has been trained. This coming Tuesday, our principals will be trained. On September 15th and 16th, each school has selected someone from their school to be trained, and then they will be trained staff in October. And then our hope is to give principals time to start rolling that in their schools October, November, and then by December, we'd like to start giving common benchmarks for the division.
Oh, great.
And we would have loved to have started the year like this, but we want to make sure we do this right. We think it's a very good program. We think it's very data-driven, and we want to make sure that we give our teachers an opportunity to learn it and to use the data effectively.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, because I think common assessments of some kind are going to be really valuable.
That's going to be our goal moving forward, is common assessments.
I heard a lot of people, or several of our supervisors say that we are vetting the resources that are on pages, and I'm so grateful for that as well. Who exactly is doing that?
Yeah, so we do it as a team, and so the first person that it would go to would be the supervisor over that content area. They look at that, they discuss that with myself, Dr. Woodford has been involved. We look at it as a team.
Okay, great.
It's important that not just one individual has only eyes on that particular area or subject.
The assessments that you're doing, will there be a schedule set for that in the division since they're gonna be common? Within a range, I'm not saying everybody does it on Tuesday, December 10th or something, but.
We actually have created a division assessment calendar that we've asked administrators to follow. It's really important that we have common data points across the division. And so Master Connects will start in the second semester, but for some of the schools that have shown that they have some extra work to do with scores from previous school years, we've purchased an extra program called MAPS testing. And that's something that has been well researched and we think is a good program. So we wanted to get that data quicker. And so there is a calendar, I'd be happy to share that with you.
Yeah, I'm
where you can see
interested
what
just to
we're
see it,
assessing.
thank you, yeah. And you also, or one of the supervisors mentioned assessment for scoring, the writing portion. And the teachers, some teachers didn't get their PD with that, but are we sure that our teachers are all going to get this?
Well, it was sent in an LTP and linked to that was a video that explained how to do that. So that should have been shared with teachers. If they didn't get it, please reach out to myself or Dr. Eisenhower.
Yeah, I don't know that anybody didn't,
Okay.
I'm just wondering how we're following that and making sure that they are aware and they know
So that's
about
already
it.
been shared.
I just wanna thank all of the supervisors, truly, I think the fact that you've redone those pages and those resources and you're really looking at vetting resources, because I'm sure as you went through the pages, you noticed that there were a lot of resources that really just weren't appropriate, or cost money. Math was a really big one. You had some good resources, but they all cost, or a lot of them you had to pay for. So thank you so much for that. I know that's a lot of hard work, and I truly, truly appreciate all that hard work. I think it's really gonna help our teachers. Thank you again too for focusing on school data and meeting with people, and that's just another great thing. So that's all I had, but thank you so much. That really is just wonderful work.
Thanks. Ms. Kirby.
Well, actually, Dr. Mealy kind of answers most of my questions. But I did have one more. And I understand the purpose of doing this is to create level playing field across the county, have everything on the same page. What is being done though, and Dr. Bergen and I have talked briefly about this, but what is the plan? Because we still have some schools on a block schedule and we still have some schools on a period schedule. And we need to get continuity among that as well. So what is the plan to get there?
No.
So Dr. Bergen and I have talked about that as we start looking at strategic planning with the board and talking to our principals. So that's definitely something we are looking at for the future, especially as we are trying to offer more dual enrollment, offer more CTE opportunities, the ability to share resources between schools. So the instruction team and I have not spoken about that yet. Dr. Bergen and I have talked about that is a direction that we're going, and it's kind of on our list of goals. So you will be hearing more about that.
And one more question. I've heard wonderful things about the dual enrollment CTE. And when you said you're going to bring things back, I'm assuming that could possibly come back next month to let us know more about that?
Sure, yeah, we're happy to do that, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Hill.
So while it's fresh, Dr. Woodford, block schedule versus period schedules, I want to make sure we're not shafting one high school to benefit two other high schools based on numbers.
No,
So
sir.
I want to make sure it would benefit all and not just you have to change this because the other two are this way.
What we would do is we would have our principals in on those discussions. That wouldn't be something we would do on our own, and
But
definitely.
there's three principals,
Absolutely.
two on one schedule, one on another. So I want to make sure we're not shafting one
Sure,
to benefit the others.
absolutely.
I mean, it needs to be a playing field,
Mhm.
but if it's working for one school and it's offering more classes, more schedules, more dual enrollment, et cetera, I would hopefully think that you're going to give both sides the benefit of the doubt and not just shifting to one.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, just wanted to clarify. All right, so, Mr. Trosper, Dr. Trosper, I apologize. Social studies updates. Who is involved?
I'm sorry, who's involved?
Social studies updates. Who or what group of people are involved?
In terms of selecting the curriculum?
All of the above. So
Okay.
I heard from the supervisor, social studies updates.
Okay.
I want to know who is involved.
Well, as I said, the team is involved, and mainly Ms. DeLong and I work together. We've talked to Dr. Woodford. She has worked with teachers. She spent a lot of time with teachers. We've met with every department. So essentially, I think it's fair to say all the secondary or high school history teachers, and then also our goal is to really be committed to send information and then be transparent about what the resources we do have.
So we are getting feedback from teachers.
Sure. Yes, sir.
It was, I'd add, Mr. Hill, to that, so it covers everything from K through 12. So we reached out to teachers in all 3 zones, from all different grade levels. What are you already using that you find that you like, that is really good? What are the areas that you find like that you have weaknesses in? So we definitely have gotten, and then like specifically the African American history course, we've been working very collaboratively with the 3 teachers who are teaching that course. But it's definitely all 3 zones and impact and input from our teachers.
All right, so I want to get to the African American history later in just a second, but I got one more question around updates. Biased or agenda items have been removed. What does that mean? And can you give me some examples?
Do you want me to answer
Yeah, you want to talk about it?
Sure. So we're looking at we're not saying no bias, because it's pretty much impossible to find ones, but we're looking for things that have the least amount of possible bias. So
I'm sorry, but can you define that? I mean, I want to understand.
Sure, anything that we feel that is really kind of, I would say, promoting an agenda that's leaning towards one side. Like you can clearly see when you're reading it that it has a more liberal bias or conservative bias that's not towards that middle, what we're looking for our students. We're looking something that's kind of free from politics, if you will, or thinking about, except of course if it's a government course. But looking at 2, also when you're thinking about bias, who is the sponsoring agent of that? Is it a group that's paid, for this, or is it something that is kind of outside?
But I want to make sure I understand, you're not removing facts
Of course not.
or history.
Of course not.
Okay.
And we use the standards of learning. That's our basis, and we're using these are resources to support
Well,
the standards of learning.
I'm not sure that gives me comfort, but I want to understand, when you say bias or agenda, that is not removing facts.
Of course not.
And it's not being played on emotion.
Of course not.
Okay. So the team, which would be Ms. DeLong, teachers from all K through 12, and any others that are being involved in that?
Dr. Trosper, Dr. Woodford, we've had some other questions.
Okay. All right, so African American history elective wrote course standards for our BCPS curriculum. Who wrote that?
So if you look at, for example, she used the world history courses, they have specific standards the Virginia Department of Education has written. So those were actually not written for this particular course. There was a curriculum guide that we shared with you at Dr. Woodford's update that you can get on our website. So we had to essentially go out and kind of create those. And so we found standards from another state that we felt as best as we could in the spirit of unbiased, and so we adopted those. And of course, we've made some changes. For example, we use figures from Virginia history as opposed to this state's history. And so we did essentially have to work on that together. But again, those teachers of that course were involved in that process.
So 3 teachers,
Yes.
and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so who else wrote that curriculum?
Ms. DeLong, myself, and with some input from the instruction team.
All right, all teacher-created resources are reviewed and vetted. My question was by who? Dr. Mealy had asked that question. So the supervisor over content and a team. My question is, does that include teachers?
here's what I will say. Our teachers are professionals, and we have never been this involved in selecting their resources for them. And, you know, as someone who taught social studies, I've never had this much involvement from administration, but we've heard the concerns of our board, of our community. We just want to make sure that we have other eyes on those resources that are adopted to make sure that we are doing what we say we're doing. We sat here and we said we're not teaching critical race theory, and it's important to us that that happens. And we expect that to be followed, so we are involved in that. But our teachers are professionals, and I trust them to select their resources, but we're here to support them.
Okay, so I'm taking it, that is a yes, that the teachers are, okay. All right, so I wrote this down, we are not teaching critical race theory in our classes, which you just reiterated, so I appreciate that. Ms. DeLong, you also mentioned we are not using the Ed Equity Virginia resources, which I wrote critical race theory underneath that. But what is that?
I'm actually, if you don't mind, defer to Dr. Woodford about that, if she wants, because she's a little more versed in the ed equity answer for that.
So on the DOE website, there's a link to a new site called Ed Equity Virginia. And we were kind of alerted to that site a little bit after our first presentation with the board, because it's not under the social studies curriculum, it's not under the SOL curriculum. And when you go to that site, which takes you off of the DOE site, there are critical race theory resources in that. So we made the decision that that is not a page of resources that we'll pull resources from. And so it's part of the work with the DOE, with equity. And so I think the concern people had in the community about critical race theory in history, we weren't seeing it in the history content because it's actually linked on the Ed Equity Virginia site, which is a link on DOE that takes us out of the DOE. So what we're saying is we're just not using, we've gone through those. We have some concerns, so we're not using those resources.
Do we have that blocked on our website?
Well, it's on the DOE site, so
But any web address can be blocked, so are those blocked, those links?
No, they're not blocked. There are some good resources on there, but we just have concerns about some of the content, so.
Okay, have we used Ed Equity Virginia resources in the past?
No, sir.
Any new resources have to be approved? Is that a true statement?
There is a curriculum feedback form that we have for all subjects. It's not just for social studies, and teachers are expected to use that. I can give you an example. Just recently, one of the African American history elective teachers sent me a link to a video that he had found that was through PBS. And he's like, I feel like this is good. He's like, I just want to, double check that this is good. I reviewed it, approved it. And so there is so it's teachers are giving us stuff that they already want to use, and then whatever content it is, it goes to that supervisor to look through. And if I then had a question, then that would go to Dr. Trosper or maybe even get another teacher's input.
Okay, are we tracking those requests?
Yes, there is a form. It's a Google form that they fill out, so we have those to be tracked, yes.
So if we're not using the Ed Equity Virginia resources, what resources are we using? And what specific books and specific resources?
Well, as Mr. Leamy had requested that link, if you go on our webpage, you can actually look at, particularly for that African American history course, you can look at the curriculum guide and you can look at all of those resources there.
Are you speaking specifically to the African American history elective course? So the three teachers sat down and really kind of designed out a unit plan that was based on it's pretty much a consensus of what is kind of taught in African American history elective courses. It's broken down into time periods. Unit 1, it goes up, I believe there's 10 or 11 units, and they're broken by time period basically. And so right now they're finishing up the kind of American Revolution time period. They're getting ready to start into Unit 3. And so then based on those units, then we, based on the standards, there's topics that are covered within those, making sure that we teach different important people and such. We do not have an approved textbook at this point. So as it happens in a lot of our social studies courses, like for example, many of our textbooks for social studies are dated like 2002. And so we use a lot of online resources to support those. And so there are a lot of fantastic resources that use primary sources. And that's, again, like we said, we really want to focus on those skills. So really working on that creative thinking, that critical thinking, collaboration. And so there's been a lot of collaboration with the three of them and myself in designing. They're writing their own lessons and coming up with different activities to do.
Those resources for units 1, 2, and 3 are available on that link?
Yes, they are. I can copy you on that one I send to Mr. Leamy tomorrow if you like.
Okay. Math. You said all in-personal learning. I don't think that's a true statement.
So
We force students to virtual Virginia, and some of them are still in our classrooms. So I want to make sure I understand, how does that affect the students that we have in our buildings that are doing virtual Virginia?
We have students who are Bedford Connects that do virtual Virginia, and they were informed, I checked with the administrator last night, there's 180 of those, so certainly those are not in person learning. And so as for the others, maybe you could take that.
Most of those students in virtual Virginia are at home. And at this point, from my understanding from the principals, we only have 2 students who are doing virtual Virginia at the school. And they have someone that we've hired to work with them and provide them help or remediation if needed.
Okay, but is virtual Virginia, is it considered in-person learning?
I would think that it's a virtual platform. I mean, they are getting instruction from teachers from virtual Virginia, and getting their content from them.
I just wanted to understand when
Yeah.
you're saying that, I wanted to understand the context. And then my last question, for math, pacing guides. What's the feedback from the teachers?
So back in the summer, I asked each principal to send me a name of an individual from their school from K through 12 that would be willing to go through our pacing guides and provide feedback on what we were putting out there, feedback on pacing, feedback on how we were using what we were teaching in each 9 weeks, and also the curriculum resource guides that go along with those pacing guides. The feedback from teachers, it was, most of them said, I don't want any changes. There were a few. I have reached out to those individuals and I had asked them if there was any way that we could wait so that we could get more consensus once teachers came back to school and bring them back together. If we could just leave the pacing guides as is for right now and then use this year to get them back together and get more consensus before we change what time period we teach something in. So most of the changes they wanted were to move something from third 9 weeks to first 9 weeks.
So overall, would the teachers agree this is the right thing for the kids? They would. Okay.
That's it. Oh, okay, Ms. Kirby and then Ms. Hairston.
Ms. DeLong, I'm sorry to put you back on the hot seat.
It's okay, this is what I signed up for, right?
I'm glad you look at it like that, because unfortunately right now you really are, and I'm sorry. When you were talking before, you said you were looking for curriculum that had the least amount of bias, and you're also kind of middle of the road curriculum. I'm not gonna lie, middle of the road, when you made reference to middle of the road, that concerns me. How hard is it to find curriculum that is strict fact and does not have the least amount of bias or middle of the road? How hard is it to find that anymore?
So I would say that there are several sites that are consistently very good. For example, the National Park Service. Like you think, oh, the National Park Service, but yet they have fantastic resources on, say, Booker T. Washington, just a neighbor of ours, and literally giving you the facts, information about them. There was some places like I would start at a site and I'm like, okay, then you start to read and then it becomes very clear. There's some bias, you scroll down, you see who paid for the site and you're like, well, that's kind of what I expected. But there are those sites that are very consistent, like the National Park Service. There's also some teacher-created materials. We use a lot of Go Open Virginia, which are teacher resources. I actually worked on a committee a year and a half ago, creating resources from that. It's an open source where teachers can upload their lesson plans and they tag which SOL it goes with. Again, it's open for Virginia. And that's been an excellent resource there. And so we've also looked at, there's been ones where literally the teachers are creating something. I've been working with them, for example, creating a lesson plan that I found from someone. It's like, okay, this could work, let's adapt this. Maybe from something that came from world history, let's adapt this to something that we're doing in African American history. There's a lot of our materials, not just in the African American history course, but K through 12, where we have a lot of teacher created material. For example, once you hit 3rd grade, our textbooks in social studies in elementary school, they don't match the SOLs at all. And so they're doing teacher created material.
Yeah, I remember early on when I was first here, I remember your plea that the history books didn't even have 9/11.
Yeah.
So when you say very good, define your standard.
For like a very good resource. So this would be something that I would say would be something that I feel like is really truly free from bias as much as possible. It is something that has that rigor and kind of that creative thinking. Ideal resource would also have tiered activities, or a lot of some really good lesson plans that are online will have how you could adapt this for different grade levels, especially because in our elective courses it can be anybody from 9th grade to 12th grade in there. So how do you make sure that you're teaching something that you can differentiate even within your class? Also, the teachers really want to make it an engaging course as it is an elective, and so it's what can we do to really do activities that are, moving around. They did when they were doing African origins, they did poster presentations, some different activities to really get them. But that's what we're looking for, things that are going to engage our students, that are factual, like it's good content that is factual. We're definitely reading through the content. We don't want to share anything that is not correct.
And I'm hearing exactly what you're saying. Would you just confirm for me, because I'm sure this isn't true, is CRT considered in the teacher evaluations?
When we evaluate teachers?
Uh-huh.
I can't speak to teacher evaluations. I'll let.
Yeah.
That is what you're talking about, being able to culturally relate to students. That is a change that the DOE has proposed for teacher evaluations for next year, I believe.
22, 23.
Yeah, so it's not in our teacher evaluation right now. So
But it will be coming up.
If it becomes a requirement from the DOE, we'll look at how we would implement that. And we would work with a team of teachers on that. When we look at teacher evaluation systems, that's not just administrators, that's teachers bringing together committees and looking at that. So, we will definitely address that when we get to it, but we haven't.
There's a guideline out there, but there's not a mandate yet.
Yeah.
Okay, well, and of course, you guys are the educators and I'm not. So would you clarify for me exactly what that part of the evaluation would entail, the CRT? I mean, why?
I don't have that in my memory bank right now.
We can get that information. We'd
can
probably have
get
to look into
it.
it.
The draft
Please,
from the DOE website.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Dawn.
You're very welcome.
I'm done.
All right.
For now.
Thank you,
For now.
Mr. Johnson.
I reserve the right.
Mr. Long, you should stay right there. Absolutely. It's my turn. Mr. Long, you correct me if I'm wrong, but if memory serves me correctly, you were literally selected by the state to serve on the African American history study. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, one of the 2 teachers from the state that were chosen.
What a great honor for our division
It was,
to have
yes.
you
Thank you.
serve. And I'm sure the fact that you were selected, to me, speaks volumes to your ability, your skill, your knowledge level
Thank you.
regarding history. And so we're really fortunate to have you serve in the capacity that you're serving now. I do have a question regarding, first let me just say that the requests that have been made by the fellow board members, Mr. Hill and Mr. Leamy, I too would like to receive that
I'm
same
gonna send it to you
link.
all.
Perfect.
Make sure everybody gets it.
Perfect, I appreciate that. I also have a couple questions regarding the African American history teachers. You said we have 3 of them? Okay, those individuals, have they taught African American history before?
One of them has taught it before. All 3 of them are U.S. history teachers. That's their core content. I know that 2 of them are currently the AP U.S. history teachers as well, which means that they've had extra training as well on those things. And they've been putting forth some fantastic materials. There's also a real desire, I'll share this too, to really involve our local history, that what we can do, especially as we get to the more contemporary, like I know we're planning to do something special about Susie Gibson, you know, and making sure that we're using our local history as well as part of this. That's one of the things that we've made sure that it represents Virginia as well as much as we can.
Oh, you know, you must have been reading my mind, because I was about to ask you, certainly that we should include that rich history that we have right here in Bedford regarding Susie G. Gibson. Absolutely. I also wanted to know, and I'm gonna kind of direct this question to Dr. Woodford, but I'm coming back to you, so don't go anywhere, Mr. Long. So Dr. Woodford, the ed equity,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, you had indicated that you guys decided not to look at that, not to include it. Now my question,
For the history pieces of it.
for the history pieces of it.
And I will tell you, Dr. Miller, before she went, she was our equity coordinator for the division, and she attended all those DOE meetings. And I have actually taken over that, and they haven't had any meetings yet. So part of that will be in what do we use the ed equity site for? And then I will go through and vet the resources. There are some really good resources on there, and then there are some we don't want to use. So as I take over that role in Dr. Miller's place, I'll be looking more into that site. Right now, we decided as a team, let's stay away from it until we can really dig into it and spend some time with it, because we didn't want to do a rush job and look through things too quickly. So I asked the team if they would let me get involved with being equity coordinator for the division, and then we would look back at it again.
Okay, all right. To be continued then.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions? Okay, Mrs. DeLone, can I conclude that you have been working closely with the 3 African American history teachers?
Yes, we sometimes, we talk several times a day when we were first kind of starting out. Very much so. We have, I'm actually designing one of the units to help them out, like writing all the lessons and everything. They're amazing to be working. We're a great division, but I'm gonna be honest, we don't always work very well all 3 zones. And I think that's something you all know. And this is all 3 zones working together very, very well. And it is lovely to see. And yes, but I'm definitely working a lot with them and talking with them.
Thank you.
So, okay. Other board questions? All right, I have one quick question for Ms. Boyer.
Sure, Mr. Thompson.
You get an extra brownie.
I am so happy to see you. I mean, you were such an amazing math teacher every time I visited Stanton River Middle, so to now see you sharing your gifts with our teachers across the county is really wonderful. But I know earlier in the summer, there was some questions about whether or not advanced math courses would still be taught. Just to confirm, we are still teaching advanced math in Bedford County, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
She got off lucky.
She did. Well, I mean, there's nothing else to ask that hasn't already been asked at this point, so. So Dr. Trosper and team, thank you all very much for providing that. We look forward to learning more about CTE, hopefully next month then. All right. Staff report, item 3.02, fiscal year 21, end of year financial forecast. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, good evening. Bringing to you a preliminary look at what our end of year looked like last year for our financials. We still have to go through the audit process with the county, and once that's concluded, I will be bringing a supplemental appropriation to this board and also then taking it over to the Board of Supervisors. As we talked, any ending balance, we were thinking of splitting between the textbook fund and also the maintenance reserve fund. Textbook fund, really $2 million planning to go in there for the science and the English adoptions that we were, the team was talking about tonight. So, on the revenue side, on the first page, came in roughly about $1 million over budget. We already put in a lot of the supplemental appropriations throughout the year for the CARES Act that we were using last year. And also the state funding came in a lot better than projected, mainly on the sales tax. If you look at that area right there, a lot higher than projected. It never really dipped like they had anticipated, like we were preparing for. So that drove the biggest part of that. So that contributed to our ending balance coming in a lot better on the revenue side. Any questions on the revenue side before I go to the expenditure side?
Yes, I just have
Yes,
a
ma'am.
couple. I know we talked about it at several other board meetings, but is it possible for us to get a breakdown of that money? For example, I don't know what other is. And you might have said, I'm sure you did, I just can't keep that in my brain. The federal, what goes into that $4 million there? And then we talked about too, the listing of that $6 million and a date of when that was gonna run out. So that would always be in our heads there. Because this is year end, right?
This is just year end. This is just looking at, and I do a quarterly each year, so I'll do the first quarter for this year in October. Once we have our membership numbers and all of our salaries are loaded up in the September payroll. So that will be coming in October, hopefully, and I'll present something similar to this. This is really just a snapshot of what we're gonna look like on our funding, our balance, and making sure we're looking good for the whole year. So we're making a lot of assumptions, a lot of projections very early on in the year before we've used a lot of our fuel. We don't know what the winter's like. But we usually know what our salaries are. We know what our membership is probably gonna be. It does fluctuate through the year, but we can get a pretty good snapshot to make sure there's no issues, or making sure we don't have to cut back on our operating to come in on budget. So with this is just looking back at last year. What you're referring to is really a future budgets. This is really not a budget document, it's just a snapshot of where we are financially for the current year. But what you're referring to is reversion in 29 and how we're doing on that. So that'll all come through the budget process and do that. In regards to what these major categories on revenue are, I can provide more detail on that.
Okay.
Just at a high level, the other is anything that's locally we receive. Non-resident tuition, CVC dual enrollment, anything that we're charging for that we might get on that. Use of our facilities. The Commonwealth of Virginia and sales tax, I break it separately, that's really the state funding. The federal is Title I, Title II, and 21st Century are primarily the big drivers of that. And then the local transfer. So, yeah, I'll be happy to give more detail on that. And I'll send that out to all board members.
I just need it in front of my face, I need to know where that money comes from.
Yep. On the expenditure side, we came in quite a bit under budget. That was forecasted almost in the first quarter because of some of the CARES Act money that was coming in, some of the expenditures that we were not really gonna be doing in a modified school year. So we were seeing some savings on that. When I was over at the Board of Supervisors, I kind of gave them a heads up that we were probably gonna be the $3-4 million range coming in with our funding balance. So I gave them a very early notice on that when all the CARES Act money was coming through. So that kind of came in pretty strong, you know, in combination with the sales tax. So it came in a little bit higher because of that sales tax coming a lot stronger. That was last 3 months. But ending projecting budget right now, preliminary, before audit's done, 4.4 million, 4.5 million. So once again, 2 million would go to textbook, the rest would go into the maintenance reserve so we could do projects. A lot of the CARES Act money is being diverted and looked at for cleaning supplies, for extra teachers, for materials in the classroom. But a lot of that is being looked at for future HVAC and air quality projects. So that money that we would transfer from here would not have to be used on HVAC, it could be used on other items that wouldn't fall under those federal monies.
Okay, I have a question, you know, I'm trying to understand
Yep.
this stuff. So this is year end, this report here.
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay, help me understand why we have an actual column, 2021, that's exactly the same as the projected column.
I just take the same spreadsheet, because when I do the first quarter, I'll do actual as of the first quarter, and then I'll project out the rest of the year. I just modify the spreadsheet for year end and make them the same number. Instead
Okay,
of
but
creating
these
all
are
the-
actual numbers, they're
Yes,
no
these are
longer
actual.
projected anymore.
So that column really doesn't need to be there, it's just using the same spreadsheet I used for the first 3 quarters.
Okay, but the projected versus budget and projected versus budget, the last two columns
Yep.
are actually supposed to be actual?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it is pre-audit, so we gotta go through that audit process, make sure everything's accounted for and clear before we can go and give you the final account for that.
Right, but when you give it to them, it would be the actual, right? Because we're all done with this money.
We are, all the transactions are in, I'm pulling all the data from our financial report, but those are unaudited, so if there's a missing journal entry or anything that needs to be corrected, we'll catch that as we go through the audit and reviews.
So you keep it as projected, even though all of our expenditures are finished
Yep.
until the audit and then
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
changed to actual?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, just trying to understand.
Okay. So that's the summary of the major categories. Behind that is a breakout of the major categories and subcategories in those. Be happy to answer any questions. And then on the final page, we have our other fund balances that I usually go over. And that's the nutrition fund. Nutrition fund, early projection on that. Believe all the entries are posted, but once again, sometimes there's a delay in that. But we finished with a loss of about $93,000 in the nutrition fund. Fund balance is at about 1.8 million. The state is actually telling us to spend that fund down, so we only have 3 months of operating expenses at one time. So there are some capital things that need to be done this year, but long-term, that will have to be looked at and kind of addressed. We got a healthy fund balance, but if we continue with that year over year, that will erode. So Dr. Dewis and Karen Arthur are looking at that as far as the sales point, but there are driving factors on the expenditure side that are a little bit out of, beyond her control or the operations control. Any questions on the nutrition fund?
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
The loss of 93,000. Why did we have that? I mean, I knew we did a lot of feeding, but didn't our COVID money cover all that?
COVID money, we could go back and probably reimburse some of that with CARES Act money. I can look into that. When the first CARES Act money came out for the summer feeding program, you had to show that you were operating at a loss in order to put any money, the CARES Act money, into the nutrition program. So the initial summer, we weren't operating at a loss. The federal money we were bringing in was stronger than that. This is a possibility we could go back to the year and probably recoup some of that loss with CARES Act money and bring that balance back up. Once again, though, the state is telling us that we have to spend down that 1.8 million fund balance is too high. They want us to bring that down some. And so we have to have a plan of action to bring that down. Operating at a loss a little bit this year will help that situation. And sometimes you have to look at nutrition, they're self-funding, so sometimes they're buying some equipment or freezers that they've got to fix or repair and replace. They might have some expenditures in some year that are higher than other years, just because of that, the fixed assets or the repair and replace line on some equipment can be a lot heavier in some years than other years.
So you're gonna recoup that 93 out of the 1.8, is that what you're saying?
We could, but I don't know if I'm gonna recommend that because the state's actually required us to bring that fund balance down.
Okay.
And that 93 actually helped bring it down this year.
I'll also add that, while we largely maintained our nutrition staff last year, about 20% of our students weren't at school eating. And while we did provide meals for pickup, and we had a number of families doing that, it wasn't anywhere close to the number of that 20% who would have eaten at school. So that revenue was less than a typical year.
We did reimburse for all the deliveries, but that was really out of the transportation fund for fuel and bus drivers and what we were paying for there. So it really didn't hit the nutrition fund, but we did use CARES Act money to reimburse for all of our additional costs for delivering meals last summer and last year.
I have one more question. What is reinsurance? Down at the bottom there, self-insured health fund, what's reinsurance?
I'll get to that, sir.
Oh, okay, sorry.
The textbook fund ending balance. Any other questions on nutrition?
I think Dr. Hicks has a
Yes,
question.
sir.
I have one. We still have some kitchens that are, don't have air conditioning, is that correct?
We have window unit type air conditionings in all but in all the ones that don't have central air, except for one where that's not been a very easy solution to find. That is a goal we have to beef that up and improve that situation.
My question is, could we use some of that 1.8 million that we need to spend down for that?
Actually, as we look at all the HVAC projects across the division in all the schools, we'll probably use CARES Act money to help alleviate that situation in the kitchens. So I think we've kind of asked Sheldon Gash and the maintenance department to look at that for each cafeteria that doesn't have air conditioning and see what we can do there. And so we'll probably be using some of that CARES Act money for HVAC renovation for the kitchens.
And for example, in Huddleston and Manita, that were just, HVAC systems were just replaced, that was extended into the kitchens. So they now have it where they didn't before. And we'll look to do that in any future project, although lots of our schools from the 90s on had air conditioning built in, the ones before may not have, so.
So we are addressing that. Can't tell when each one will get done, but hopefully we can get them all done here with this money.
Thank you.
Textbook fund ending at about $600,000. Once again, we'll put some money in there for the adoption of those two areas. Maintenance reserve fund, sitting at about 1.2 million. We have ongoing projects going on. We got tennis courts. We've got some other projects that are gonna use up some of that local money. So until I can reappropriate that ending balance into there, we have to put some of those projects that require local money on hold, but we're going full steam with all the HVAC projects. I think today we are, there's 3 projects that are slotted almost for next year that we're already getting engineering studies on, and so hopefully that's out for bid and we can get to that as soon as summer hits and we're ahead of the game on that. So we're going full steam on those projects. But for local money, we have to wait till some more appropriations.
Have a question?
Yeah, I do. Since we were talking a little bit about the HVAC systems, I was gonna save my questions, but I think now's a good time since we're on this topic. I'm wondering, just in doing some of my research, I've noticed that some surrounding counties certainly have upgraded their HVAC system, and they're also including like air purifiers and
Yes, ma'am.
ionizers. So I'm wondering at was it Huddleston that you said we've done?
That was one of the 4 we finished.
That was one of the 4. Did we do any air purifiers that?
Yeah, we have not done that at this point. In fact, tomorrow we'll have a meeting with one local company to study what they did with another school district. We have, we have some newer schools and some modern systems, but as you know, and that's why we're doing it, we were woefully behind in making sure our systems in many schools work. When a school's struggling to circulate air because the equipment's it's just old, and it's not functioning at its best. Putting a higher quality filter that's gonna restrict airflow, and some other technologies, might strain the system even more in some of those
Absolutely.
places. So
I
we're
think-
trying to vet through all of that to
Gotcha,
determine
gotcha.
what's the right technology, what makes sense, and we'll keep studying it.
Right, so what I'm thinking is for those schools that we've identified that we wanna put new HVAC systems in, are we also considering, and I would like for you to investigate and do some research on including those air filters or the ionizers in it? What would that cost look like? I mean, all the research that I've seen, and we've got a neighboring county that has actually used it. I mean, they've implemented, it's in their schools, and I'm hearing really rave reviews regarding it. So even long-term, down the road, good clean air is very crucial and important. And we've got the money. I certainly would like to see us go ahead and get the big bang for our bucks here.
No mask will give you good clean air.
Okay.
So,
I'm just saying.
yeah, that was.
Other questions before you move on?
So on the maintenance fund, as Dr. Dewis is saying, they're gonna have a meeting tomorrow to start investigating this, so we're already looking into this, and so additional monies would have to be, put into that. I will say, I don't have all the details, but there was even an additional announcement by the governor that more money coming down just for HVAC
Right.
repairs, on top of all the CARES Act money, 1, 2, and 3 that we're working with right now. So we're looking at that and what are the requirements on that, so it's gonna allow us to get a lot of things caught up here, and that's good news for the county on
Yes,
that.
it is.
So.
One other question, if I may ask too, I'm hearing from members of the community where parents really would like to know, and we may have this posted somewhere, and I can certainly direct them, but they're wanting to know, the timeline in which their schools are going to be slated for this upgrade. So do we have an ideal of what that timeline looks like?
Dr. Lewis and I have been talking about this, we're updating the CIP schedule, adding to the CIP schedule more details, timelines, when are they gonna be repaired, so instead of that one little document sheet that we have, which is a great summary sheet,
Right.
whereas where the money's coming from and when is it slotted, but a lot more detail, and he's preparing that, and we'll be bringing that to the board at a later date, and then we can publish that. So yes, we'll have that.
Thank you all.
In addition to just letting the board know some of the projects that were done out of the maintenance projects this summer, we had some mold removal issues that we took care of. We did, we cleaned ductwork in several of the schools. We're gonna continue to do that. And a lot of carpet came out. So I think Mr. Hill remembers that and was very grateful to see a lot of that coming out. So some great things were accomplished this past summer. The last fund I'll talk about is the self-insured health fund. That's where we're self-insured for our health. We actually pay the premium, we pay the cost as they come in. So each week I'm sending money off to Anthem for whatever the claims are for that given week. This gives you a kind of an overview of where it is. Very healthy, began the year with 6.1 million in that fund and 6.2 million, 6.3 million there at the end of the year. So it kind of stabilized and kind of stayed the same over the year, and that's what you want to see. You don't want to see a big decline in that, but we have plenty of reserves there for even if we have an off year or a bad year to sustain that. Happy to report, I think it's been 3 or 4 years, we've had no premium increase for our employees or for the board, which has allowed us to accomplish a lot more on our operating fund by not having to do that premium increase. So very happy to report on that. I think some of the success with that is also with Dr. Connor and the wellness program that we have with our employees and having everybody saying, hey, we're all together on this, live a healthier lifestyle so we can maintain and we don't have to put more money towards healthcare. So the reinsurance on the revenue side is when we have a stop loss carrier, meaning that we reinsure, meaning that if the loss goes beyond a certain amount, I don't have to pay for that income. That stop loss is set at $275,000. So up to $275,000 we pay. After that, the stop loss carrier pays. So as you can see, we didn't have too many claims that went above that last year. That's only $28,000 I was reimbursed for above $275,000. In some years, that's been over $800,000. So it depends on the year that you have. You can have good and bad years. Pharmacy rebate, you can see that's pretty healthy. You can look at that 2 ways. It's a large rebate, but we're using pharmacy a lot heavier. And you're seeing the pharmacy overall cost creep up to where the medical is. You're seeing that as a higher percentage each and every year, especially for some specialty drugs that are very expensive. So we're gonna have to watch that. I think that's probably gonna be the main driving factor of escalating healthcare costs is on the pharmacy side going forward. And then you can see the contributions from the board and employees. That rounds out the revenue side. On the payments, we pay for administrative costs. You can see the reinsurance, almost $1 million of protection there. That's on the individual claim and also the aggregate. If we had a really catastrophic year and our claims went above, like, say, 12 million for the year, then I don't pay anything else either. So it's an aggregate safety net for us too. Then you can see what went out on the pharmacy, almost 3 million, which is about half of what the medical is. So you can see that's been escalating. And then dental insurance, we're also self-insured. So overall, the plan's functioning very well, and happy to report that ended the year very well. And we did program in a 0 increase in our premium this year. And with it ending this way, that just, you set that rate back in March and you're hoping the next 3 months kind of, pan out. And in this case, it did. So happy to report that. Any questions on those funds?
Dr. Mealy.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, the contributions in the revenues section, that's for the employee, what the employees pay and what the division pays, or?
It's both. It's what the employees pay and the division, it all goes into this bank account that we have to pay all the claims. So that's both, those contributions are both dental and medical, because they're both self-insured.
Is it about even, or is there more employee?
Oh, there's much more employee going in, yeah. Our rate sheets are online, I don't know the exact percentage, but the division's put in a lot more for an employee only, and then it changes depending on what tier you're on, employee plus spouse, employee plus children, or employee plus family.
Thank you.
Other questions?
So overall, very good year, so happy to report.
Thank you, Mr. Hagwood. All right. Item 4.01, policy updates. Ms. Sexton.
You've already been told good evening, but I'll say it again. I'm presenting 24 policies this month for information, which can be found by clicking on the link within the agenda that I talked about last time. The majority reflect updates to code or policy changes as recommended by the Virginia School Board Association. And as always, I'd be happy to defer your questions to someone who can answer them.
Okay.
Let them go.
Yep, so Mr. Hill, Mr. Leamy, Dr. Mealy.
Yeah, so Ms. Sexton, the one for IEA Pledge of Allegiance, minor policy wording changes, what would be those minor wording changes?
That would be Dr. Woodford.
I knew it was going to be me. I have to look back, Mr. Hill. I apologize. I think it, just a second.
Actually, I'm not trying to speak for you, but
Please speak for me.
I just see that it's really just changing word, like silly stuff, like shall be to is. He and his to the student or students. His to the students, and shall to are. I mean, it's not anything major.
Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot.
All right, and my next one is for KK school visitors, minor policy wording changes as recommended by VSBA.
I think that's Dr. Lewis, let me make sure. Yeah.
Let me get to that.
There are some updates to the cross-references to other policies and to code sections. The only wording section in that policy is in the name of an accompanying policy. a name, policy KN has been renamed. It's just saying that the policy that deals with sex offender registry that's used when you screen visitors who come in is now called something different, and KNA has been is being removed and merged with KN. So it's sex offender and crimes against minors are merged together now in the wording that it's really just into changing the title of that other policy.
So it's still keeping them out of the school, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so make sure we're on the same page. KK, school visitors.
Mhm.
And it has to do with,
This policy just says that, we welcome visitors as long as they're not disruptive. It says we screen them, we follow the sex offender and crimes against minors registry. When we do screen them, that's that driver's license check in the office. And just gives expectations for people's behavior when they visit school, so.
Mr. Leamy.
Ms. Sexton, IGAI, character education, what's that about?
That would be Ms. Robertson and Dr. Woodford.
Speak up.
Dr. Woodford and Ms. Robertson, I'm sorry.
Don't be shy, one of you.
Well, I'm looking, I have to get there to the policy just to see, because we're trying to do so many. Give me just a second. I think it again was just,
It was very minor wording.
it was it's minor wording changes, just like the other one with the shall and the.
No shall in the budget.
Yeah, there are no wording changes. There's just an addition of a legal reference and a cross-reference of a policy that we already have.
Okay. Now, where, can you send me, like I said, I'm a technological idiot. I realize what my limitations are. Would you be so kind as to send me or the link to where I can actually look at these minor wording changes for myself?
Yeah, it's actually in the agenda, but I'd be happy to send it to you.
Okay, well, I'm sure it is. So I'll go ahead and take a look at it. I don't wanna hold up the meeting, so. Next.
Ms. Harris, or Dr. Mealy, sorry.
Yeah, I think this might be for Dr. Cornett. I'm looking at policy CLA.
Dr. Dewis.
It's Dr. Dewis, okay? One of the doctors, good doctors. I just want to try to understand, they're saying like in number 1, acts reported to the principal and superintendent, and crossed out superintendent, and I get that. And then, but A, then absolutely turns around and says, except as by otherwise required, yada, yada, made to the superintendent and the principal. So is it to the principal and superintendent, or just to the principal for those? Those are acts of violence and substance abuse.
This is a recommendation from VSBA on that wording. I will study that to make sure that that's not a, that those two things aren't compatible with one another.
Okay.
I know that there are crimes reported to the superintendent that are communicated with the principal as well, just when we're considering how to follow up with that if needed. But let me, before
Because that's fine, you can get that too. It's not,
I will make sure that those aren't incompatible with one another.
And I have one other, and I think, Mr. Anderson, you may need to help us with this, if we can even do this, and if the board wants to do it. So it's policy CBG, and that's the evaluation superintendent. So I'm wondering, we had talked about the August goals and then a January review and a evaluation no later than June 30th. How do you all feel about actually putting that in our policy? And first of all, can we do that, I guess?
But I'd have to look, it's probably in his contract, spelled out, as to the date. I'd have to just go back and look at his contract, but you could put it in policy, but it's also in the contract.
If it is, that's, I don't know if it is or not, to tell you the truth. I think because with previous superintendents, sometimes that didn't occur. So maybe if we had it as part of our policy, if it's not in his contract, that would help us stay on point with it.
Dr. Bergen, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I was a little slow in the uptake here as you all were asking questions. I was fairly confident we had the red line version available for you. And maybe it's just not linked prominently enough that you see it, but on the public content site, at the very top, it says, complete changes to policies can be found by clicking on this link. And if you click on that link, it will show you every word substitution in that policy. We could project them up on the screen as you ask questions. I'm sorry, I didn't think of that, but as you were asking, how about policy, fill in the blank, we could put it up on the screen and we could literally go through the changes. It's an important process, I'm happy to do that. If you want to go back and look at that, or look on your own. These are for first reading, they won't come back for adoption until, a month away. So we have a month to review them if we have any questions or concerns. But I wanted you and the public to know all the changes are publicly available on our website.
Do we want to go back and review any of those, or just wait till
No,
next
I
month?
mean, I found
Okay.
one all by myself.
Okay.
It's exciting.
See, technology. Look at you, get along together, right? Okay. Any other questions on the proposed policy updates? If not, then we will revisit those next month. All right, now, getting down to action items, 9.01. Approval of policy updates presented at the August 12th meeting. Ms. Sexton again.
Yeah, me again. At the last board meeting, I presented 19 policies and 1 regulation for information. And if you have any questions or concerns before you take action.
Any questions on those? If not, do we have a motion to approve the policy updates as presented?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the policy updates presented at the August 12th meeting as presented.
Okay, so Dr. Mealy makes a motion to approve the policy updates presented at the August 12th meeting. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Hicks. Any further discussion on those? No, call for vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Ms. Johnson?
Ms. Harrison?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Leamy?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
The ayes have it with 6.
Thank you, ma'am. 922, salary study proposal selection. Dr. Calvert and Mr. Hagler.
Yes, good evening. A request for proposal, RFP, to conduct a compensation and classification study was issued on July 13th, which elicited bids from 6 vendors. 2 vendors were selected for interviews on August 30th. Dr. Connor, Mr. Hagler, myself interviewed, they did a presentation, we did questions. We're coming to you with a request for the board to approve Management Advisory International for the firm, for the staff to negotiate a contract. If that is accepted tonight, they would get to work as soon as we got that final contract with collection of data. We would have December, January, a draft project report, and on February, a final project report and board presentation from the company.
Did this not come with a bid? I've not seen a dollar figure here.
Okay, this is like a request for professional services, so it is not awarded based upon lowest bid. So this allows us to go, but
I
just,
understand that,
I understand.
however, it would be nice to know, I mean, I'm not comfortable approving this without seeing, some sort of ballpark figure.
We
I
had
understand
budgeted
there's a
50,000,
negotiation.
we budgeted 50,000 in for the salary study, that made it into the budget for this year. The estimated cost from the firm was $45,000,
Okay, so it's not to exceed 50,000.
yes.
Okay.
So it did come in under what we had budgeted for this project.
Better about that.
Yes.
On this salary study proposal, is it just covering teacher salaries or teacher administrators? Is it also covering cafeteria workers, bus drivers,
Yes,
the whole gamut?
the whole gamut. It would be competitiveness with surrounding school districts as well as competitive with local market for like IT positions and things like that.
They will review our entire classifications. Are all the classifications and jobs in the right place? They conduct interviews with employees. This was done 5 years ago with a different firm, just to make sure that everything's in alignment. They compare it to other districts, gather data. They're also gonna help us look at compression because of minimum wage and help us, kind of come up with a plan for that. We spoke with each firm that we interviewed on that. We felt both understood what we're facing, and it's across the nation in different areas and challenges that we have. So all those things are gonna be looked at, and so a comprehensive study.
So we could potentially see our existing step structure modified.
Yes, sir. That could be a result of that. They'll look at what we've done on our last study. It wasn't fully implemented, but this would be a new study that we try to implement as quickly as possible.
Okay, thanks.
Were there any local companies that showed interest?
This company that we selected is in Virginia, Fairfax.
Local to me is Bedford, Roanoke, Lynchburg.
I'm looking at the addresses on them. There was one out of Houston. Evergreen is out of Tallahassee, Florida. Louisville, Kentucky. That's everything again. And someone left us with a basic, there was one out of Midlothian. And I've got one more if I can find their address. There were really two that stood out because of their work with school systems. And the amount of school systems and the amount of school systems in Virginia. Maryland was the last one.
And I'm taking it this is one that stood out. Work with school systems in Virginia.
Yeah, school systems in general and school systems in Virginia. Some of them had done more county studies, city studies, than they had done school systems. So,
Other questions for Dr. Calvert or Mr. Hagler? Not, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the salary study proposal, company that was selected.
Do we need, Mr. Hagler, do we need to include the not to exceed?
Okay, let me amend my motion. I make a motion that we accept the salary study proposal selection made by our staff with a dollar amount not to exceed $50,000.
We have a motion by Dr. Mealy to accept this with the bid not to exceed 50,000. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any final discussion? None, I'll call for vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is approved. Alright. Superintendent's report, Dr. Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, thank you, board members, for all your insightful questions to our curriculum team on the curriculum update this evening, and really thank you to our curriculum team also for that thorough update and all the work that they've done on curriculum instruction on the pacing guides. That was a terrific and very thorough report. We're really super proud, Dr. Woodford, of you and your team, and Dr. Trosper, and the entire instructional team, particularly our instructional specialists, many of whom are brand new to their job, and that's just a reconstituted team. So well done to all of you. Thank you, board. Also on your action tonight, you approved a slight modification to the organizational chart, which I explained to you by memo a couple of months ago. So congratulations to Dr. Trosper, who is now the sole director of curriculum and instruction. Instead of having two directors of curriculum and instruction, as we explained in the memo, we're going to use those same dollars, and we're going to be looking for a supervisor for CTE and workforce readiness. So that's very timely because, I think one of you had requested an update at the next meeting, and that's certainly going to be a key part of what I would like to continue to talk with the board about, as I've heard from the community, is more offerings in CTE and workforce development for our students. College is a great choice for a lot of kids, but so is going straight into the workforce or into the military. And so the more that we can offer for students so they can work locally, there are plenty of jobs right here in the region for them if we can have them qualified for that work. And thank you to Melissa Sexton, who's just a true gem in our school division. I've learned as I came on board here that we're pretty far behind in the policy updates for any variety of reasons, and so I've asked her to really push hard to have at least 20 policy updates so that we can get caught up on cycle, because we're quite a bit behind on cycle. Once we can get back on cycle, we will not overwhelm you and the community with quite so many policy updates. It is quite a bit. A lot of them are legal technical, they're minor changes. Again, I just want to reemphasize, I'm sorry that we weren't projecting at the start of the meeting. We can certainly start to do that moving forward, because it is very transparent for you and the public. What we are recommending as changes to policy, it is there on the public agenda, and it's easily done. I don't know that we've talked about it tonight, but we're coming up on a significant date, the 20th anniversary of 9/11, and I'm certain that you all can remember exactly where you were on that day. I can certainly remember. My wife was 7 months pregnant, and my son was born 2 months later, and I just remember that feeling of that day, and just what a dark day, and what a dark day that was. We want to make sure that our students who weren't alive, on 9/11, the students that we have in our schools now, are aware of 9/11. And so, because 9/11 does not fall on a weekday this year, tomorrow we will be observing a moment of silence in all of our schools. And all of our schools have received and will be flying a freedom flag. And during the course of the day, in an appropriate place from one of their teachers, students will be learning about the symbols on that freedom flag, which are designed to honor and remember all of those who lost their lives at the Pentagon and in New York City and on American Airlines Flight 77. And then lastly, I would like to introduce to you with a picture. Do we have that picture ready to display? At your August board meeting, you all approved one of our newest administrators, the assistant principal of Stanton River Middle School, Jawad Douglas, and he was here with a guest to be introduced, but when the board paused, and I was not certain what was happening at that moment in terms of getting to his introduction, He headed home and is not able to be here this evening. But I wanted to make sure that, you had a chance to you might have recognized him if he was here last week, but that is Jawad Douglas. He comes to Bedford County directly from Roanoke City Public Schools, where he served at William Fleming High School as a health and physical education teacher and a driver education building coordinator, and he was the defensive coordinator for their varsity football team. Prior to being at William Fleming, Mr. Douglas worked for Lynchburg City Schools at Dunbar Middle, again as a health and physical education teacher, and he was the varsity head basketball coach at EC Class. He began his teaching career at North Stafford High School, where in addition to teaching health, PE, and driver education, he was, by no surprise, also very involved in athletics and was involved in multiple sports, including football, boys and girls basketball, track and field. Mr. Douglas was born and raised in Alta Vista, Virginia. Upon graduation from high school, he attended Longwood University, where he earned a Bachelor of Science degree in kinesiology with a concentration in health and physical education. And he has a Master's of Education degree in educational leadership from Averett University. He resides in Lynchburg with his wife Kara and their dog Kobe. We just wanted to congratulate Mr. Douglas on his appointment to Stanton River Middle School and welcome him to the Bedford County Schools family. So if you have a chance, board members, at your convenience, if you find yourself down at the Little River, you will see Mr. Douglas is in place at Stanton River Middle School and is off to a terrific start. That's my report this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's great. Thank you, Dr. Bergen. And welcome to Mr. Douglas, if you're watching at home right now. Matters from the board. Item 11.01, review of school board norms and protocols document.
At our last board meeting, Mr. Hill had actually brought up a matter about our board members commenting on the specific county, Bedford County Public Schools Facebook page. And at of course, we meet once a week to go over the agenda prior to, and we brought this up at our meeting last Thursday. And looking at this and taking into consideration what Mr. Hill was talking about, I personally saw it too. Wanted to bring this to you. If you look on page 3 of our adopted norms and protocols that we're to follow, one change, if you look at the red line version, the sentence, board members shall follow all VSBA recommended guidelines regarding social media usage. Luckily, Dr. Bergen and Ms. Johnson looked into it. There are no VSBA guidelines. So let's admit that, just to make things simpler. And this is my wording to add to it because I believe this is the direction we should go, whatever y'all think. Board members wishing to react or comment upon posts from the Bedford County Public School owned social media sites may do so by copying or sharing to their own social media site or your school board page. We said early on that we are not, that if anybody's going to speak on behalf of the board to the public, if you're speaking on behalf of the board, we go through the chairman. I think this would further clarify the fact that we are speaking on behalf of ourselves individually if we copy it to our page, to our own page, and we refrain from putting it on the public site. And I'm not sure, what do y'all think?
Makes sense.
I agree.
So we do not comment if there is a Bedford County Public Schools Facebook page congratulating someone, we're not even going to comment and say congratulations. We're going to share it to our page and make the comment at the top of the post, correct?
Yeah, I think that's what that states.
Okay.
So will we
Can
bring
we
this
do
back
that?
next month? Yeah.
Can we do it by, or you want to do it by consensus now?
Could we, sure, we just do it by consensus, okay. So
So-
board members, do you approve of the?
What do you think, Marcus?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Of course, I'm fine with it.
Yes.
Okay, we have unanimous consensus.
you can,
Chairman, may I ask a question? Is this consensus to update the final document to the red line version as the final document?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kirby? All right, comments and concerns from board members. Mr. Hill.
Forest Middle School. Kind of update that we have with no air conditioning on 2 halls.
There are 2 large rooftop mechanical units that serve the upstairs and downstairs on one side of the original part of the building. One of those units is functioning at a partial capacity. And so there is it's doing some work, and certainly that works better on a day like today than it does when it's 96 degrees outside. It's really not good enough. And so what we've done is kind of 2 strategies for the short term. One is the school has moved a number of classes to the newly constructed wing, which is much more comfortable. Also, we have taken in portable room units to cool that have helped to some degree. If we're able to double up on any of those units in the next week when it's really hot, we will do that. If putting 2 in a room, if others can move to other rooms to make it more comfortable. I'm going to send some information to the board soon about our what we'd like to do to try to do part of the Forest Middle School HVAC replacement sooner rather than waiting till next summer. Those 2 units can be just replaced straight up, 1 for 1, much sooner than that. And so we'd like to go out to, well, in fact, we've already posted a bid request for those 2 units. And we'll ask you in October to approve the low bidder for those. So that at a day when nobody's in the building, crane can come in, put them on the roof, and it may be as early as February, beat the spring heat. So those units are working, certainly not the total replacement, but the building's gonna be much more comfortable because of that.
But it will still all be tied into the overall project.
The same engineers who are designing the overall replacement wrote the specs for this bid, and so it'll all be consistent, and then that'll just be less we spend on the project in the end. So really, it's going to be we either spend it sooner or later to do the work, and we certainly want to make spring much more comfortable than it has been this fall.
Yeah, and I know you and I had spoke, I was more interested in the 2 units and where we were possibly getting that done sooner.
Yeah,
So
we get those, we hope to have several bids. We've sent them to all the local companies who we work with, as well as statewide, and we hope to have lots of bids on those, and get that ball rolling quickly.
Okay. I'm hearing a lot that we are utilizing paras and other positions in classrooms where substitutes are not available. I would hope that we are paying these employees the higher rate of pay. So if the higher rate of pay for a substitute is higher than what they currently make, I would hope that someone can confirm that we are paying these employees the higher rate. And this is not just a once a week thing, I'm hearing it's daily. So morale, we definitely need to make sure we're addressing that. We've heard loud and clear tonight that our staff are struggling, overwhelmed, stressed, and exhausted. This is a 2-part. So I know it's easy for BCA to stand up and say, hey, here's what's going on, here's what we're hearing. So I'll be interested to hear from BCEA, what are you guys doing to address that with your members, since you're an organization? But then I would also put that back on staff to say, how are we partnering with BCEA and or getting with our staff to address these concerns? Again, Dr. Calvert comes to us constantly talking about retaining, recruiting, how we treat our current employees, which the last 3 weeks have not been a good 3 weeks based on the conversation I'm having with our staff. And so I want to make sure we're addressing that. And it doesn't have to be big, but it has to be something that lets them know we really appreciate what you're doing. And that we want you here, we want to keep you here, but we need to make sure we're addressing that. So the last thing, Dr. Bergen, you and I had a very simple conversation this morning. And you assured me that you were going to clarify some things during your comments. I didn't hear that. And so I'm gonna make this statement, and I told you I was gonna do it. But this staff, I will say congratulations. You've put as much lipstick on the pig. But we are still discriminating against some of our kids. And it needs to be addressed. And you assured me this morning that you were going to address that and make sure that the communication that had been shared in your 3-page letter was clear. And you did not do that. So I will tell you, I'm very disappointed that you did not make that clarification.
Would you like me to make it now? I had the sheet right here, and I'm sorry it's sitting right in front of me.
That's totally up to you. But I'm all about accountability, and you made a promise and a commitment to me. You did not keep it, and that does not bode well with me. So,
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for reminding me that I would be happy to address that right now. If the board is.
Please do.
Yes, the board is okay.
Please do.
The start of this school year, the board had determined that the 4 students were here, that by 4-3 vote that masking would be optional. And then, just as we were preparing for the start of the school year, in the span of 3 weeks, the governor spoke twice. So the first time he spoke, he said it should be optional, and 3 weeks later, he said, no, it shouldn't be optional. He mentioned, so we've heard all about that. So I communicated to our principals that any parent that had a concern about a student wearing a mask, we would follow the same procedures that we had in place last year when I was not your superintendent. Last year, from what I've heard from staff, there were very few people who were asking for any exemption or accommodation for masking. But all we required of them was that they communicate with us. So at the start of this school year, we asked parents to communicate with us if they had a concern about their child wearing a mask for any reason. We had about 500 people across the school division who made a communication to us, which is about 5% of our student population. Fast forward, that we've talked a lot about, the executive health order was then released by the governor and the public health commissioner, and had very precise language as to what the requirements were for the public health order. So I, like every other superintendent, worked very closely with legal counsel and with our insurance provider to find out what are the requirements of the law and how should it be implemented. And we took our time, and you referenced the 3-page letter. We put out a communication to the families that had requested that they had a concern. And we said to them that if you have, as a parent, you have a concern that's medically based or for a sincerely held religious objection, let us know by returning the first of those pages that you referenced, Mr. Hill. Of the 500, we immediately heard from 250 families, or 260 families. 130 of those have been accommodated since then for the last several weeks, which is what you and I were talking about this morning.
Isolation room?
So 130 students are coming to school every day. They are only wearing a face mask when they are in transition or within 6 feet of another student. So if you're a middle school or high school student and you're transitioning from class 1 to class 2 to class 3, the only time that we're asking, that we're accommodating the parent's concern, which was duration of time for masking, is while they're passing from class to class. Once they're situated in their classroom, those 130 students are not wearing a face mask. That's about 90% of their day.
That's not
true. That's
There are another 130 students, separate from those, who indicated that they had a sincerely held religious objection. So like the students whose parents had a medical concern, we said, and we want your child to wear a face mask or a face shield while in transition from class 1 to class 2 to class 3. Once you are inside of your classroom and we can situate you with physical distancing of 6 feet, do not need to wear a face mask. So that's 260 families who we were able to very quickly and very easily accommodate. There's some concern you and I talked about that some families, and we've heard some comments, that we were asking for a physician authorization form to review all of their medical records. That is not the case in the 130 students that I just referenced. There are 14 students total in this school division of 8,900, 14 who signed that they wanted us to have communication with their child's doctor because the health conditions were of such severity, we need to know everything that we can about that child to keep them safe.
You need to stop.
That left approximately 50 families that our principals were communicating with in the same way we were communicating with the other 250 that I just referenced, trying to get to an understanding of how we can accommodate their children. Over the past week, I believe we have now accommodated all of those children, and Dr. Woodford, you have those numbers, I believe, for me. How many of those 50 families are being accommodated in the same way that the 130 medical children are? No medical authorization form required of a doctor, none. Just the parent signature. How many of those 50 we accommodated that way? How many of them we are able to accommodate through Virtual Virginia, either in school or at home? And so Dr. Woodford, where do those numbers break down?
So we have 31 who accepted accommodations, 13 who are opted to do Virtual Virginia at home, and we have 2 students in school doing Virtual Virginia.
So
How many pulled out?
Without your authorization.
So
Please.
approximately 30, I would add to the 130 that I referenced earlier. So you're looking at nearly 300 students, which is about 3% of our student population, have asked for and received an accommodation. That's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It's all documented, so I can produce a form on every single one of those students.
Let's do it.
I can scare 7-year-olds to fly too.
They need to, they can't stop.
Please, if you continue to interrupt Dr. Bergen and staff, we will have to clear the room. You've been so good all night, I would hate to clear the room at this time. Dr. Bergen.
And so, we've heard one of the things, Mr. Hill, you and I talked about was some people who feel as though we want to exclude their children, we don't want them in school. And that is the farthest thing from the truth. We want every child who wants to be in school to be in school, and nearly all of our 8,900 kids are in school every day. Are the staff tired? Well, you know what, I'm not gonna say, well, you just asked me to address that one thing, I won't address those other comments, but we worked tirelessly to try to accommodate, because I heard this board and I heard this community that you want parents to have voice in these decisions. And so those who asked for have received these accommodations. We just laid it out.
So I'm understanding that if there are any children that you currently have in isolation rooms who want to return to their classrooms, they will not have to wear a mask in their classroom, but you are asking them to wear a mask to transition from one room to another.
Yes.
And when they're in class in less than 6 feet, like if they were to work in a small group with a group of students, they would have to have a mask on. Otherwise, in the classroom, we would position them so they're separated 6 feet from others, which we're trying to do for most of our kids, 3 to 6 feet, so that we don't have to do quarantining, so.
So I had one more thing I wanted to talk about, and that was the COVID numbers that are published on our website. So Dr. Woodford, I know I reached out to you and asked, and again, I want to make sure that the public understands, those numbers that are published are both students and staff per school.
Correct.
Okay. So isolation, or excuse me, mitigation and quarantine. Can someone talk to me about, because I saw quarantine numbers this afternoon, and I want to understand that if I'm a student and I'm in a classroom and I have my mask on, which you continue to tell me masks work, and someone is a positive case, why are you sending me home?
Well, every case is different. It's based on contact tracing, based on lots of factors. It may not just be one incident with you and I, it may be how long we've been maybe in a small group with one person without a mask or with a mask. There's so many factors. I mean, we could get into the very specifics. Mrs. Robertson is really the expert with the nurses in understanding that contact tracing. But every case is different, and that's what we're finding. We're finding that you have to do the contact tracing and you have to ask the questions, and our nurses try to explain that to the parents when they call. It just varies. It depends on duration of time, how close people were. It could be activities at home that, they're together. So I don't know if Mrs. Robertson wants to jump in, but every case is different. I don't know that I could give you a clean cut answer.
And so if I'm looking at these numbers, should I be looking at every 10 days? Should I be looking at the average of every 14 days? Because I've got some information the public don't have as far as number of students and number of staff. And so I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna say, oh, we had 3 positive cases. That's 0.00002% of the school. But my question is, based on quarantine, should I be looking at a 10-day average or should I be looking at a 14-day average?
I don't know that I can answer that. For the number of cases or for the quarantine totals?
I'm interested in both. So you're telling me the website is just positive cases?
Correct.
It doesn't include the quarantine?
Correct.
So if I'm looking at that website, do I look at the average for every 10 days or do I look at the average for every 14 days to tell me what we've got at each school?
You mean based on length of quarantine? And
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to know the logistics of this whole thing and the math that you guys are doing to close Stanton River Middle and Stanton River High School. I want to understand those numbers.
sure. First, if I could address, just to go back, the question about the trace investigation, because that kind of leads to the answer here. When we're conducting a trace investigation, there are a series of tools that our trace investigators are using to collect information and interview staff.
Such as?
Google Forms, direct interview, observation, assessment of the physical facility itself, all of those things. So with those tools, they make an assessment of several variables. It is mask usage. For instance, if I were sitting here by Dr. Trosper and I lowered my mask and wasn't maintaining my mask, we're both going to be quarantined regardless of who's positive. That's the CDC guidance. Masks must be maintained by both individuals.
So you're telling me that his mask doesn't work?
No, I'm telling you what CDC says is a requirement for trace investigation. Now, I won't say that masks don't work. I'm just telling you the requirements is that
But what
it's
I'm
both
understanding, you
parties.
said if you pull your mask down and he keeps his on, well, it's no different than him not wearing a
Because we're less
mask.
than 3 feet apart. Every one of you took a drink. So we assess several things. We assess the physical space of the area, the proximity of individuals, the mask usage, the duration of time, the actual activity that they're engaged in, because that changes. If it's students sitting versus students singing versus students playing a game in a small group. So all of those variables are assessed with a trace investigation. Now, when we're making determinations about quarantine, it is if any of those questions were determined to indicate an exposure, or if the collection of evidence couldn't identify those concerns. So if a teacher says, I can't recall exactly how much time they were together, we're going to look at other variables and assess on the side of caution. Thankfully now we have many tools. Seating charts was another tool, I'm sorry, I forgot about. We've got seating charts for all the activities. So our goal is to get as much information as we can to limit the range of quarantines that are required. What's happened is we have had some
more significant or high-volume quarantines because of specific activities that resulted in a broad-scale exposure. That's the circumstances that happened with Stanton River Middle and Stanton River High, that there were large volume events where the transmission was much broader in the population, the risk of transmission, and we had multiple school transmissions that constituted an outbreak.
I hear you.
Okay.
Heard a bunch of disturbing things tonight. I'll start with the least disturbing. I think the last 3 school board meetings have shown everyone that we have outgrown this room. A lot more parental participation in meetings or attendance at meetings, more student attendance at meetings, more citizen attendance at meetings. This room is inadequate. Myself, Mr. Hill, almost as a habit, request a change of venue to accommodate larger crowds. That is denied. I would like to know the rationale as to why it's being denied.
We told the board, and a majority of the board said, we want to stay here.
Fantastic. Why? I want to know why.
Want to know why?
I want to know why.
Okay, I'll tell you why. Security concerns.
Oh, 1, 2. How many you got outside? Deputy Hall, 1 or 2?
Were you aware that a weapon was brought into this room last month?
We got 2.
Go on.
I'm asking, were you aware?
No.
There we go.
Okay,
In
so
smaller
you're gonna
space,
deny.
this can be observed and controlled. In a larger environment, it's harder to control that.
Liberty High School has, you can access, limited access to Liberty High School to the auditorium entrance in the courtyard. Same thing here. That's not a good excuse.
Even when there are students nearby practicing marching band, football, cross-country, all the after-school activities, there's students nearby. If something happens, you would be willing to have that happen on a high school campus?
What I'm saying is I have confidence in these gentlemen here to do their jobs to ensure the safety of everyone. That's what I'm saying. Okay, safety, what else?
They were here last time.
They were here last time. And it still took a long time to clear the room when the crowd got out of control.
So what you're saying is, this is gonna be the norm, where we've got people standing outside in the weather, thunderstorms, freezing temperatures. You're okay with that?
We will take it on a month by month.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Consider me making a request preemptively every month for a change of venue to accommodate any citizen, any constituent, any voter that wants to attend our meetings. They have that right.
Taxpayer.
And if we deny them the opportunity, we're not only being dismissive of them, we're being disrespectful. That's what I'm saying.
Request is noted.
Yeah, I know it's noted, and I know where it's gonna go. Nowhere until January.
That's right.
Second thing, if 1% of what I heard here tonight about student treatment is true, it's unacceptable.
Amen to that. Thank you.
I heard about segregation. I've heard about face shields. Face shields are political theater, okay? Face shields were designed to keep solid and liquid matter out of the eyes, nose, and mouth of dental people and surgeons. They do nothing to prevent the spread of any kind of aerosol droplets. It's political theater. That needs to stop. I heard about coerced waiving of HIPAA rights
Yep. Yes.
on some of the forms that apparently were generated by the central office. That's gotta stop. These kids have no business being treated like second-class citizens because they have requested a waiver. It's gotta stop, Dr. Bergen. And it's gotta stop now.
Am I responding or am I just listening?
You're listening.
Okay.
That's all.
Mr. Chairman,
Kirby.
I'd like Dr. Bergen to respond.
Dr. Bergen, would you like to respond to that? Some board members.
I'm respectful of your protocol. If you want me to respond as you raise concerns, I have to respond or not.
Why doesn't Dr. Mealy address him when it's her turn? Let's move on.
Because I am interested when that time comes, hearing as well. Ms. Kirby.
First of all, I'm grateful for Dr. Bergen to mention 9/11. I'm glad that part of history will still be in our classrooms and teaching our kids the respect for our country. And let's never forget 9/11, and let's hope for the America that we had on 9/12. Hopefully on a brighter note, Ms. Harrison, I want to wish you a belated happy birthday.
Oh, you had a wonderful birthday.
She's
Celebrated
29.
all the way to Labor Day.
Good. Dr. Cornett,
Yes, ma'am.
next month, we should have the updates from the lacrosse clinics and the success rate of those, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would just want to confirm that we are going to have the CTE dual enrollment update next month.
I've written it down.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Robertson, I'm glad you're still there. Is it my understanding from what was said here with, and this is the good part about coming behind these two, they give me great ideas. But it's my understanding now that these students that are in isolation can go back to their classrooms? Is that my understanding?
We have.
Or do we need further clarification on that? They will be back in their classrooms?
If the parents have opted for any of the accommodations that address public and common spaces and physical distance. So public and common spaces is the key variable. What we know from our health department officials and their guidance is that especially the Delta variant moves in aerosol form. So we are working to be very cautious about how students move and interact with each other. There is that 15 minutes of exposure, but from the guidance that we have, the opportunity for spread is more significant. So if an individual is willing to wear a face mask or a face shield in public and common spaces until they can get to a classroom, and if when in that classroom, they are able to maintain 6 feet of distance from their classroom counterparts, the mask or the shield can be removed. For the duration of that class, again, so long as they can maintain that physical distance, if they are going to approach other students, work in a small group or a specific activity that would breach that distance, we would want there to be a face shield or a face mask.
Well, you said something key there to me. 15-minute exposure. How long do the kids have to change classes in between bells? Well, I mean, we just have 5 minutes to get across campus.
Yes,
So
But
either way, you wouldn't hit your 15-minute limit.
but as we've said, because the exposures now are occurring earlier, the communication was to be very cautious of respiratory droplets. Now they are talking about aerosol movement. So what you would have is an opportunity for a student to move throughout the day with their classmates, which could increase the risk of exposure with every movement. So that's why because we do not have students that can maintain 6 feet of distance when they're in movement. They're students, they're children, we understand that. So because that distance cannot be maintained in movement and transitions and in public and common spaces, and those are cumulative over time, it's 15 minutes within a 24-hour period, not 15 minutes at one sitting or one duration.
So we're still, again, I'm a simple person, I'm kind of like these guys.
Oh, wait a minute.
I know. I can be a little more complicated than you, but. So we're still gonna have students in isolation?
We have a very few students who, none of those accommodations are acceptable, so we have provided a separate learning environment.
And how many countywide?
My school, because again, as I've indicated, the mask usage is a component for quarantine. So any student that's in a space that can interact with other students and create that exposure, if that individual were to be positive, that's going to place other students at risk of quarantine, whether they're wearing a mask or not, because the trace guidance is that both parties have to be wearing a mask. So we're trying to make sure that we are providing an equitable opportunity for all of our students to access their educational program, but students who are opting and making the choice to wear a mask shouldn't face a quarantine simply because there is a non-mask participant within that proximity.
Now,
Come on, you guys.
guys, come on, keep it down, okay? Let's finish this up. The kids that are in school that are vaccinated, do they have to quarantine?
Not typically. There may be some situations where they're asked to quarantine. Those are few and far between, and often relate to if they, I was gonna use the word intimate, and that's not what I meant when I'm talking about students, household exposure. So if you are in a living situation, if you're vaccinated but you're in a living situation with someone who's positive, we might recommend that you quarantine at least until you can test 5 days out, simply because we are seeing breakthroughs with vaccinations. Few, but not many. So generally, our students that have been vaccinated, we make sure we consult with the Department of Health, follow those guidelines, and generally they return to the school setting without quarantine.
Out of our positive cases that we've had, do you have any data to let us know how many of those are vaccinated positives?
I don't have it specifically. I can only speak to the cases I know, but I don't know that that's comprehensive. And I know of 3 that have been breakthrough of our positives. But there may be more. I'm only speaking to the ones that I know because I don't work as the nurse in direct contact with that information. It's information that's been shared with me personally.
I hate to hear of our kids in isolation. We need to figure out some way that we can get them back in the classroom. I am pro parent choice. There's no doubt about that. You know, and I understand everybody's position here. And I want to thank everybody for coming out to speak. I remember it wasn't that long ago, I was standing on that side of the podium, and it's kind of nerve-wracking when you're looking at us and we can't say anything back. So I appreciate you coming out, and I really appreciate the little more, the fact that you let us conduct our business in fewer outbursts. I really do appreciate it. But I want you to know that I will stand up and I will keep fighting for the parental rights.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Robertson, I have a question. We won't let you go back and sit over there just yet. Tell me a little bit about bus mitigation. Do we do any mitigation that may involve our buses?
Well,
students?
yes, ma'am, face masks are required on all of our transportation. We do, and Dr. Dewis might be a better one to speak to this, because we do try to provide some staggered seating. We try to seat students that are in the same family together and increase the space. And we try to be cautious with loading and unloading and then cleaning between runs. And I don't know if and obviously drivers are wearing their mask as well because that's required. So
if there's a positive case on the bus, we learned that there's a positive case.
Well, if we learn that there is a positive case, then the trace investigation is going to try to address whether that student is a bus rider or a car rider and those kinds of things.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so with those families, if say we have a positive case on the bus, Would those families, and through your contact tracing, would families be notified to quarantine?
It would depend on the results of the trace investigation. Did all the students keep their masks in place? Did all the students stay in their assigned seating chart? Did they have opportunities to interact with students outside of their bubble, so to speak, their physical distancing? Generally, we've tried to organize the buses so that if all of the mitigations are maintained, the other students on the bus would not be required to quarantine, but we have to verify with the driver or check tapes as to whether those mitigations were able to be maintained.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have regarding the mitigation. I'm gonna shift a little bit and kind of piggyback off of something that Mr. Hill said regarding our paraprofessionals. Having served as an administrator, I can tell you that our paraprofessionals are very hardworking, and I know that all of you all know that. So I'm I know preaching to the choir here, but they are very hardworking. And I believe we're using them as substitutes, are we not? Can someone answer that? Are we using our paras as substitute teachers?
When it's necessary, yes.
When it's necessary, we are. Well, I think it's necessary for us to pay our paraprofessionals. I think that it's long overdue for them to receive the pay that they are deserving of. If they're serving as a teacher, then they should, whichever one is greater, they should receive that. So I don't know what we need to do to make that happen, but we need to make it happen for our paraprofessionals. They are hardworking, they're dedicated. Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna refer to you in terms of what our Dr. Bergen, what our next steps should be. You know, there's CARES Act money. I want us to move forward on this. I'm very passionate about this. I also heard, I heard from the BCA and I'm very, very bothered by our teachers and our staff feeling exhausted, feeling frustrated. And I have lots of teacher friends who reach out to me, and they are certainly, I know, working extremely hard. And we all are very exhausted. But I just want them to know, I want all of them to know that I appreciate everything that you do. And I know everyone else here does too. I know many of you are working long, long hours. You're working and taking your work home on the weekends, and you're tired. And I just want you to know that I appreciate every minute, every ounce of work that you do. I just can't say it enough, how much we truly, truly appreciate you. I do have another question regarding our preschool teachers. I'm curious in terms of what the ratio is between our preschool teacher and the student ratio. So if someone could provide me with that information, I'd appreciate it. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
Dr. Hicks.
All right, I'd just like to thank Dr. Bergen and his staff and all the building administrators for their vigilance in implementing the mitigation strategies that are ongoing. I think these are the only way that we can keep our schools open 5 days a week and keep our extracurricular activities going and to keep our students healthy. I'd also like to thank Ms. Robertson and her team of nurses for all your hard work in the quarantine situation. I did attend the Central Virginia Governor's School meeting last week, and the enrollment for school year 22-23 will increase to 150 students due to Lynchburg City Schools buying the extra slots that were open, and that brings the building up to its maximum capacity. And for that reason, there will be no tuition increase for 22-23. And the CVGS board voted to give Dr. Smith the authority to quarantine and/or go virtual as the need arises due to any COVID situations.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes, well, I want to also echo Mr. Hill's concerns and Ms. Harrison's concerns about our paraprofessionals. I'm hearing from them, I'm hearing from teachers. A paraprofessional signs on for a specific job, and right now they are being a disciplinarian, a behavior management person, and an instructional person. And I think it's absolutely imperative that we pay them for that. I think we're gonna lose a lot of them. I wouldn't blame them, and I don't wanna see that go, because I've worked in other school divisions, and I will tell you that I believe the paraprofessionals in Bedford County are some of the finest trained people I have ever seen. And I know that during the time I was a principal, that Ms. Robertson did a lot of the training for them, and they knew their stuff. And they're amazing people. So I agree with Ms. Harrison, you know, I'm passionate about this, so I wanna know, like, do you all, would we have consensus to have Dr. Bergen bring us some suggestions or Mr. Hagler with regard to how we might do this next month? Are you all on board with that?
Yes.
Okay, so can we record in the minutes that we have consensus for a report about how we can pay these paras who are walking into classrooms? Because my understanding is we have about a 39% fill rate in our substitutes because we can't get any. And I do get, we've got to call on these people, but then we have to pay them. And I would also like in that report, if there was any way that we could address that retroactively to the beginning of the year. Because we owe them this, I think we're asking them to do a job and they're not properly compensating them. So I look forward to next month when we can, you know, get this going if we possibly can, get a report and make some decisions about that. I think it's crucial if we're gonna maintain these individuals in the Bedford County staff, on the Bedford County staff. I have a couple of things. Dr. Bergen, Senate Bill 1132, the no more snow days in Virginia. Have you heard anything about that, or?
About no more snow days?
Yeah, what they're saying is because we have virtual opportunities, that school systems can use that instead of calling a snow day. So I was just wondering, obviously y'all haven't read about it or whatever yet, it's new. So I was just wondering where we were. It says public schools in severe weather conditions and other emergency situations can schedule remote learning days, and that it prevents the closing of school in a school division. So I was just wondering if you all had heard anything about that. So I'd just be interested if you did know anything. I'm sure we're gonna hear more about it as those days come. Also, in July, I had asked about seeing the discipline reports, or some sort of discipline report, and you had said that you would investigate what might be available to us, so if you could just let me know where we are with that, I would appreciate that too. Ms. Robertson, you had said that tonight that you there were broad events that were impacting the quarantining and identifying of positive cases. What are those broad events?
Well, most of our high volume, not all, but most of our high volume quarantines, where we've had a really significant number, have come from groupings, whether that is, and some of these things we can correct and some we're trying to address, some are perhaps not avoidable. PE activities where students are not using their mask because it is PE, and you have large volumes of students that are interacting. That's resulted in broader transmission and quarantining. Sports teams and sporting events have resulted in larger scale transmissions because of the exposure. Many of our higher volumes have been team quarantines. So that's had a significant impact on the numbers. And the quarantine impact is real. If I may, I just did some calculations with the number of students between those positive and in isolation because they were tested positive or quarantined. With 21 days in school, we've already had 6,209 instructional days lost to quarantine collectively. So if you calculate students' times in quarantine, that's pretty significant. So the average, generally a quarantine period for an individual, we're advising 10 days. If there is a negative test after day 5 of exposure, they can return on day 8. So my calculations were with an 8-day quarantine and of course taking out a weekend. So I did a general estimate at 5 school days.
Sorry, I'll
Oh, that's
come
okay.
back. I don't want, my concern is we say we've lost 6,000 days of instruction. Well, we have,
Now it's an in-person instruction.
okay.
Well, to piggyback on what you were saying too, I also looked at some of our division data, and I am concerned about what I see when you talk about students that are diagnosed and students and staff that are quarantined and the impact it has on the schools. I mean, we have some schools that have a percentage of students negatively impacted, which means they're either diagnosed or they're quarantined, as low as 2%. But we have 12 of our schools that are way in excess of 5%. And I'm talking numbers like 15, 7, 13, 9.5, 32, 13, 16. These are getting to be very disturbing numbers because you know, at what point does it become impossible to maintain open schools? So it's very concerning. I would urge everyone to be looking at this because this is what impacted us last year, especially in the area of sports. So it's just very, when I ran these numbers today, I was very concerned about the percentage of students and staff that are impacted, which means they're out of school.
Yes, ma'am.
Relative to the school, number of kids in the school.
Yes, ma'am. And I will say, I think the shock and the spread of our first few weeks and students and staff seeing the rapidity of transmission, the quickness of spread, I do think it's been an eye-opener for many. I am seeing broad-scale conversations about really how to pay closer attention to our mitigation efforts, to be very conscientious, to be diligent about providing student reminders, to break up some of those larger group activities like PE and find ways to mitigate that into smaller groups. So I think all of us are learning. We came back to a different virus. The Delta variant is very different and the way it's impacting our schools is very different. So we are adjusting and adapting and improving our responses, and we're continuing to try to refine procedures that will help maintain that focus of in-person learning for as many students as we can, every day we can.
And Dr. Cornett, I'm just gonna I hope I'm directing you to the right person. With regard to the fact that some of this is happening in these broad events, have we been meeting with our coaches and drama people and all that to take a look at what's happening and how we might make it a little bit better?
Dr. Woodford and I actually met yesterday with all of our athletic directors, both middle and high schools, and all the principals, middle and high schools, as well as the athletic trainers. And we emphasized the mitigation plan that's in place, the importance of following that from the ADs, the ATs, all the way through the coaches to the players. We emphasize potting, keeping the teams separate as much as possible, as well as potting within teams when possible. So I believe that our principals and our ADs and our athletic trainers will communicate that with coaches, and we will see stricter mitigation.
Okay, thank you for that. I have just a couple more things. Dr. Bergen, at one time you had discussed forming a financial committee to work through the budget process next year. Is that still something that you plan on doing?
That's the will of the board. I'm happy to bring you a change in your policy that would allow for a standing committee, and that could be the first committee that you all wanna have. It's very common in other school divisions to have a budget finance committee.
And anybody here interested in that, or? interested in allowing other people to serve on it, or?
I think we had that conversation over the summer, and we're supportive of creating committees. It's a matter of how to find them in policy.
So what do we need to do? We need to ask Dr. Bergen to update that policy for us?
Or bring a policy recommendation, policy change.
Yeah, happy to. I'll bring you a policy change recommendation at the next meeting for first reading and then second reading, and then you can form a committee.
Okay, thank you. I also want to just say thank you to everyone who's working so hard this year. We are in a very fluid situation, and the ground is literally shifting under our feet. The board has asked each member to work so hard on our staff and do more than they've ever done before, and I just want you to know that I do appreciate everything you're doing. Even having been in education for so long, I have a hard time sometimes wrapping my head around all of the other things that are now impacting our staff, either as bus drivers, secretaries, teachers, whatever your position may be. Everyone's has changed, so I really appreciate everything you're trying to do. And I agree also, I think Mr. Hill said, we have to really look at morale and see how we might be able to improve that. I was distressed to see the information from the BCEA, so I think we do need to absolutely take a good look at that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Mealy, just to clarify, when you said that you would like to have sub-pay be retroactive to the beginning of the year, did you mean school year or fiscal year?
School year.
School year, okay. All right. Recently, I visited Manita Elementary School, had a wonderful visit with the kindergartners there. Got to see, even in the first few weeks, how much they've already learned, how well they're getting along. We can learn a lot from kindergartners in that sense. As part of that, and then subsequently, I've heard from a number of teachers so far this year. And teachers are having a very difficult time. I know Ms. Childers presented the data tonight on that. But I heard very similar themes: tired, exhausted, overwhelmed. At this stage in the school year, that is very troubling. And it's things that we can all understand. Teaching in COVID is not easy. I'm probably one of the few people in this room that actually do it. And not just teaching, but teaching in a mask. I understand that can be challenging. But it's also issues that they're hearing. Families that aren't respectful of teachers. Families that are taking out the masking policy on teachers. Please don't do that. Don't take it out on the bus drivers. They had nothing to do with it.
Remove it.
So I just want to speak to the teachers watching at home tonight. If you're still with us, you might have gone to bed at this point. But thank you, teachers, paras, subs, bus drivers, nutrition workers, everyone involved in our school operations. Thank you for everything that you're doing this year. Please know that you are valued and you are appreciated. And Dr. Bergen, I would love to have some conversations about ways that we could support the teachers. I know firsthand, teaching this year seems even more challenging than it did last year for some inexplicable reason. So anything that we can do to support them and help give them the tools they need to succeed this year, that would be amazing. I want to echo Ms. Kirby's point about 9/11 and thinking about where you were on 9/11. I think a few days after 9/11, I was at the D-Day Memorial for a memorial service that the community held. D-Day Memorial has a very special place in our community, so I cherish that spot. I cherish what it stands for and what it symbolizes. And it's something that we should not take for granted or belittle, but we should respect. D-Day. I also want to thank everyone for all of their prayers tonight. I really appreciate those greatly. I don't talk about my faith often in public because my faith is a private matter. It's between God and I. But I do want you to know that I am a Christian. I do have a relationship with Jesus Christ. I'm not perfect. I fail every day, just like every believer does. But I look to him for guidance when making decisions. And, you know, we heard a lot of scripture tonight. There are a few scriptures I would also like to share. So once Jesus was asked, what were the greatest commandments? And he said they're twofold. First, love God with all your heart. And second, love your neighbor as yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Who is your neighbor? Not necessarily the person that lives next door. Everyone is our neighbor. In Genesis, when God confronts Cain, what was Cain's question? Am I my brother's keeper? At times like this, part of being a community means, yes, sometimes we have to be our brother or our sister's keeper. That means sometimes doing things that we don't like. I don't like wearing this mask. I don't like a lot of the quarantining and the mitigation strategies that we have to do. But if this is what we need to do to try to maintain in-person learning for as many students as possible, then we need to, as Paul also wrote, bear one another's burdens and so fulfill the law of Christ. Or look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. The essence of our faith, just as the essence of Anglo-American conservatism, is rooted in the community. What can we do together to support one another? One of my earliest memories after getting on the school board was visiting Stanton River High School. And sometimes I kind of push it with time, and I'm almost like right on the deadline. But this time I was uncharacteristically early for my visit. And I didn't want to go in the office and make everyone nervous and upset, so I sat in my car for a while. And while I'm sitting in the car, the bell rings, and the students are moving, changing classes. And I look out at that point, and I watch those students going by. And I think that was the moment that the gravity hit me, that as a school board member, I am responsible for these students, partially responsible, 1/7, I'll say. So I want to see all of our students succeed. I want to see them have good, happy, healthy years. And yet, at the same time, I also understand a little bit about the law. And Virginia is what we call a Dillon Rule state. And in Dillon Rule states, local governments only have the authority expressly delegated to them by the state government. Earlier this summer, when the governor gave localities the ability to choose masking, I, along with the majority of this board, opted to give parents choice. When the governor changed that, and later when we got the executive order from the state health commissioner, we lost that ability to have that local choice. I understand your passion. Direct it to Richmond. Let the governor know. Elect a new governor in November.
That's right.
But remember, localities' hands are tied right now. There are only certain things that we can do, and what happens if we violate this? We're told the school division can have a legal injunction filed against it, and if we disobey that legal injunction, further legal action will come. This is why we see localities across the Commonwealth, very conservative counties, getting to the same position that we are in currently. I understand where everyone is, I understand how they feel, but this is the reality in Virginia. We're not Florida. Localities do not have flexibility to do whatever they want to here in Virginia. So, on that note, I will just encourage everyone to take some time, thank a teacher, thank the staff, Dr. Bergen, you and your team have done great work under really bad circumstances this year. I know none of us were hoping this was the year that we were expecting, but here we are. So thank you for your time, thank you for your effort, and
I can't hear you, sorry.
And so anyway, keep up the fine work, administrative team, and everyone involved in our schools, so that our children can continue to receive in-person instruction. Great. So on that note, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Right. Getting it from both directions. All right, so for Ms. Kirby first, we'll call that. Dr. Hicks, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I do. Thank God. Thank God. October.
Didn't ask if anybody opposed.
Sorry. Let the minutes show.